The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Happy Friday. Welcome into BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak filling in for Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. And what a show we got for you for the next 5 hours. We thought coming into the day, Friday, we're approaching August, talk some baseball, college football, NFL, and then we got the news drop of the day, LeBron James going to the Philadelphia 76ers. We will talk about that plenty throughout the show, but we'll also still talk some football. Excited to have Pete on the show with me today. I know Pete's a massive college football fan. I am as well. And we're talking the SEC as they just wrapped up media days in Tampa yesterday. Connor O'Gara going to join the show, talk some SEC with him. And we'll also keep you posted on what's going on tonight in Major League Baseball. We got a full slate. We got less than 2 weeks, about a week and a half until the trade deadline. So we'll update you on all the scores. And of course, on a Friday, we will do a show favorite here on BetMGM Tonight, The List, as our guy Mike Montgomery always does a good job with that. But a lot to get into. Pete, great to be with you on a Friday, man. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I understand you're a Bama fan, so I won't, speak fast or anything like here. And but first, we got the SEC stuff coming up later. But first of all, you know what? Not that we can't do 5 hours of sports talk and entertain America and be awesome, but hey, LeBron, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, man. Nice going, putting that off today. If only there was something to talk about. Now we get to talk about NBA basketball and the ultimate of hot stove moves. So pretty awesome stuff.
Every producer and every host like us today were clapping their hands and pumping their fists and thanking LeBron for giving us plenty of content to talk about on the shows today. For those of you listening at home, driving around in your car, and you want to chime in on LeBron going to Philadelphia, hit us up 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. What do you make of the move from LeBron James going to Philly? So, Pete, we're going to dissect this from all different angles. My first question for you about this was when you first saw the notification that LeBron was going to the Sixers, what was your first initial gut reaction?
Really? Like I thought it was wrong. Not just uh, you could see it coming because no one was going to pay him $50 million. No one was going to, give him the everything he want. And then so like, okay, fine. He's not going to get the money that LeBron was getting at for the lake with the Lakers. So okay, so then what? He's going to go ring chasing at this point. And so what makes the most sense to go ring chasing? Kate Constable talked about this last night. What would make the most sense? Miami with Giannis? Okay, well, it's Miami. He's trying to recapture the glory, and it's Miami. Pretty awesome. And like, okay, well, if you're not going to take the money and it's kind of an embarrassment to have to take a big, gigantic pay cut, go to Cleveland because you're going to say, you know what, I'm going to finish where I started. And like, no one's going to care about the money at that point because now it's all about I'm a Cleveland guy. I'm going to go back to Cleveland. They're this close. They're like a piece away from at least being possibly right in it. And LeBron would have been that guy, maybe to be the missing piece. So as soon as you see Philly, it's like, all right, I guess. Like it felt a little Jordan Wizards to me. But all right, if you're Philadelphia, you just got better today. He's still pretty good. He's still a piece. Doesn't have to be the guy there. So, okay, let's see what you got.
I was shocked too. I never really considered Philly a true threat in the sweepstakes. Cleveland was definitely a factor. I thought all along, Pete, he was Golden State. That was the team from the beginning. I'm like, him and Steph both have 4 rings. They have a chance to win a 5th together. He's an hour plane ride away from his family in Los Angeles, stays out on the West Coast. Steve Kerr comes back. He gets to play with his friend. Like, I just thought it made sense for him to stay out there if he didn't go back home, finish where it started in Cleveland. I never bought Miami. He did those 4 years there. He's talked about how he treated that as his college years to get away from Northeast Ohio. He won his rings there. But Philly, Rich Paul, and listening to him on these podcasts and LeBron talking about, he's a big fan of Maxey. They get to trade for Jaylen Brown. And now all of a sudden what they were doing in the offseason, Rich Paul was saying was intriguing to LeBron. I just never really bought it. Another part of this too, LeBron never struck me as a guy that I thought would go to one of these like sports crazed cities, right? Like Boston, New York, Philly, Chicago. Those 4.
Yeah, Philly doesn't care about sports, do they? They're pretty tame. They're pretty rational. They're pretty even keel sports fans, and they're gonna be all right with this. Yeah.
Those 4, Pete, those 4 cities are just a little bit different than everybody else. And, LeBron's played in LA. He's played in Miami. He's played in Cleveland. Like, he hasn't played in one of these just sports towns where they live and breathe their teams. And he never struck me as that kind of guy, especially at this part of his career. Like, at 42 years old, does he really want to have to deal with that media, with those fans every day? Because right now they're all ecstatic. They all love Trey Turner at the beginning of his contract. And real quick, they're turning out not to like him very much. It's kind of the same love-hate relationship with Embiid or Jalen Hurts. LeBron just never struck me as one of those guys, especially at this point in his career, where he'd go to one of those cities and want to deal with this. So look, if they're winning and they're winning championships, they're going to love him. He's going to be beloved and everything's going to be great. But if they're dealing with injuries and they're losing games and they're not living up to expectations, it's going to be rough. And more than anything, that was my reaction was I'm shocked he's going to Philly because I just did not think at this point he would go to a city like that.
Yeah, and the thing that we'll talk about this in various ways, shapes, and forms going forward. But like, on the one hand, though, it is a sports crazed city, and Philadelphia is nuts. But like, he's not the guy there. He's like the number 3, maybe 4. He's definitely the third guy in this mix, because all the lightning rod now is on Jaylen Brown as the guy. He's the star of this team. If it's not Embiid, so if you're LeBron, like if you're only going to take a 2-year, $8 million deal, you can't get a quarterback in college for that now who's any good. So now you're going to, he's taking this deal. So that's got to be a calculation that says, I'm a missing piece. I'm not the guy. He's not the go-to guy. So like, where do you play him if you're the Sixers? But then if you really are going to take 2 years, $8 million, I know there's, a second year he can do whatever he wants, and there's probably an option of various things to go with, and the contract's going to be strange. But if you're going to take that, what is it, the veteran minimum? I could be wrong on this. I thought it's like the whatever he could take. That's your team? Like you said, Golden State, he's probably making the calculation. First of all, the calculation of being close to family, probably not a positive. He probably wants to be far from the family. But uh, the calculation that, okay, maybe Steph's not the guy anymore. Maybe Golden State doesn't have it anymore. Maybe they are far more than just a missing piece away. But like, take like the Timberwolves. He was never going to go to Minnesota because I'm from Minneapolis and who wants to live there? But like there's your missing piece. Like if you're talking about a team that could use a big guy who doesn't really play defense and because everyone else does, but can kind of be that senior figure to kind of handle everyone else and be the leader of a team with a team where everyone else handles their own roles, Minnesota would actually have been the right fit. But maybe he wanted to get out of the West because he's like, we ain't beating the Spurs, we're not beating the Nuggets, we're not beating all the Lakers potentially, all these other teams are the Thunder obviously, and all these other great teams. Maybe he's looking at this saying, okay, Jaylen Brown, and if Embiid is healthy and Maxi's all of a sudden you can see him kind of be there playing a role, and maybe he is the last missing piece there to rock this thing up.
I mean, that's starting five on paper. Maxey, Brown, Edgecombe, LeBron, and Joel Embiid is pretty damn good. I mean, there's no arguments against that. But again, games aren't played on paper, and that's going to be a big discussion that we have here in the first hour. You bring up the economics of the decision that LeBron made. So it is a 2-year, $8 million deal. He's making $4 million a year, which essentially is playing on the veterans minimum. And to put this into context, last year with Philly, he was making with the Lakers, he was making over $50 million. So he took a pay cut of about $52 million with the Lakers to not play with them anymore, take the vet minimum to be a part.
So do we need to hold a bake sale here for him? Do we need to put a GoFundMe for LeBron to maybe so he can eat tomorrow so he's going to be all right for himself? I mean, he's only a billionaire. I mean,
isn't that what's funny about sports contracts is we look at a guy only making $8 million and he's only making $8 million. Meanwhile,
he's only making I mean, seriously, Jalen Hurts is making the $55 million in Philly. Yeah. He's not I mean, you can't do that. That's nothing. That's couch cushion money for this. You're not lying. That's not money. But so maybe they're creating extra cap space. So I know we're going off the rails here fast, or I am, but is Bronny still with the Lakers, right? He's not a Sixer yet?
He's not a Sixer yet.
There you go. So they got Bronny, so what do they need LeBron for?
And Bronny's been he's been getting trolled a little bit on social media from what I'm seeing today. So I don't think he's going to go to Philadelphia, but who knows? LeBron still pulls a lot of strings in the league. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. 310-840-4910. Chime in. Do you think the Sixers are going to win the NBA championship this year? And Pete, that is obviously now the big question is with the acquisition of LeBron James, when they acquired Jaylen Brown, that really made them a threat, right? It was still the Knicks and the Celtics were the two favorites in the East, but Philly was there. They were certainly in contention. But again, with the injury history of Embiid and never been able to trusting him, it was kind of just like what Philly had in years past. But instead of Tobias Harris and Paul George, you're getting Jaylen Brown, which is a big upgrade. Now you have all those guys, and on top of it, you get LeBron, who at this point is still a top 20, top 25 player in the league. So Philadelphia has 4 top 20, top 25 players in the NBA. Their odds continue to plummet. The Knicks are still slightly favored over them to win the Eastern Conference. But now after this move, how would you put it in terms of big picture for the 76ers? Do you think this team is good enough to win a championship?
Well, get him there. I mean, for the only thing that matters is getting him there healthy. I am not the NBA regular season's meaningless to me. I don't care. Just get in the tournament, just be one of the top 8, and then let's go from there. It's 82 games. Who cares? Load manage them to death. Keep Embiid healthy. Keep LeBron healthy. And then all that really matters is the playoffs. Once you get there, as we've seen now, that's going to be everything, and that's going to be how they have to manage the season. Obviously, it's an entertainment product. You're going to want all those guys out there at once. Their Christmas Day is going to be all about the Sixers and LeBron and all that. But yeah, I mean, look, like you said, it's the rest of the team. I mean, because not only are you taking away Jaylen, now you're getting Jaylen Brown, who's obviously awesome. You're taking him away from one of the teams that you're the rivals with. It's like almost, saying you're taking, Ray Allen a few years ago if you're the Sixers, or, Kevin McHale in the mid 80s and you're the Sixers. So that is a big move to weaken one of your biggest rivals and then obviously make yourself better. So if you're, look, LeBron, is he going to be a detriment? He's a plus minus disaster for people who care about that. I don't. I have a good friend who lives off his negative plus minus and lives, that's his life goal, is to watch him fail and do that. But he is one of those guys who he's not going to really help you on defense in his own way, but he does add a lot. He carried them during the Houston series. He was good. He's a good basketball player. He's not Michael Jordan. He's not ever going to be that guy. But he's obviously, like you said, he's a top 25-ish guy who you just added to the mix. And if you're Philadelphia, okay, let's say it doesn't work. If this doesn't work, like I mentioned before, it's not because LeBron's old and sucks. It's going to be because, Embiid got hurt again, or Jaylen Brown didn't get it done. It's going to be the younger guys. He does not have to be the number one guy. Whereas even if you went to Cleveland and you have a Donovan Mitchell, who's the alpha guy there, you would have still been the guy. Cleveland is his team. But,
right.
Had he gone to Miami, it would still been Giannis's team. But in Philly, he can be the number 3 or 4 guy, where he can be the one who just sort of is the, crazy big guy who can guard your fives or even like hang out in the perimeter. So he still can play. So all you did if you're Philadelphia is you just made yourself better for nothing. $8 million. I mean, you and I could scrap that together somehow, maybe. But that's nothing in the NBA world. So Philly gets him on the cheap. So there's no real downside to doing this unless they add Bronny to the mix, and that just screws everything up. But
yeah, I mean, there's no question. If you're a Philly fan, or if you're a front office person, like you've done your job. Now it's up to the players and the coaches to figure it out. But Pete, I think that's the biggest question I have. We've seen this in the last 10, 15 years, and it feels like Kevin Durant is usually the guy that's a part of this, when he's going to his different teams and he gets traded. On paper, we're like, man, this team's going to be so good on offense. They're going to win the next 3 championships. And it usually doesn't work out that way. So you have a lot of really good offensive players, Maxey, Embiid, Brett. Like, these guys all need their touches. LeBron at this point in his career, definitely willing to be a facilitator, and I think he wouldn't make this move if he wasn't comfortable in that role. He talked about it before making the decision that he doesn't mind taking a back seat. So I don't have to worry about him necessarily getting his touches, but that's kind of the issue Philly has had a little bit in the past, is with the emergence of Maxey, and you kind of almost have 2 MVP candidates with him and Embiid when they're both right. Those guys got to get their touches. They got to get their points. And now you got to add Jaylen Brown to the mix of this. VJ Edgecombe showed he could be a very good player, had a great rookie season. There's only one ball to go around. So that's kind of the key, I think, for Philly.
So then do you make this unicorn of unicorn? I mean, like, the crazy part about it, the stat back when LeBron was really back in the day was like, everyone forgets LeBron and Dwight Howard were like pretty much the exact same size, and Dwight Howard was this big underneath rebounding, shot blocking god, and LeBron was doing his thing out on the perimeter. So you've got this, just, he's still big, he's still strong, he can still play. Do you let LeBron be the facilitator? So to your point, if you've got these guys who need the ball, then don't you start with LeBron and you let him be the quarterback of this whole thing and just say, okay, you're the one who's been around for a gajillion years. We're going to make you the one who decides how to facilitate this whole thing. All you got to do is stay between the 3-point lines. You don't have to really go underneath all that much, and let everyone else do the work. And all of a sudden you've got, one of the smartest players that ever played the game being the one who feeds it and distributes it to all these guys. But to your point is, if LeBron's got to be the guy who's got to take the 18 shots a game, now you got a little bit of a problem.
1,000%. So yeah, and that's why I think LeBron going into this situation, he's as good of a player to do it because of the IQ part of it, like you were talking about. I mean, he's so smart on the basketball floor. He sees things before they develop. He's an extension of the coach out on the floor. and he can kind of direct traffic and senses, this is a Maxey game, or this is an Embiid game, or maybe this is the kind of game where they're drawing too much attention to those guys, and maybe I have to go out and score 25 or 30 points. I think part of the reason he chose Philly was so that at this point in his career, he didn't have to be the guy every single night. And now that this starting lineup is so good, they can withstand injuries to really even two guys. Like if Brown and Embiid get hurt, you still got Maxey to go with, right? So I think an Edgecombe, and then you got some pieces off the bench. So I think that's part of the reason why he definitely chose Philadelphia. Pete, another thing I'll say too about all this, when people will break down this team and they'll talk about Philadelphia and their potential to win the East or to win the NBA Finals, I think if you like Philadelphia, you have to like their roster without Joel Embiid. You can't go into the season and you can't talk about Philly like, man, now that this team has all these pieces and they got Embiid, like I think you have to forget about Embiid. I almost envision Philly as the Boston team that won it a couple years ago with Brown and Tatum, when they were the guys all season. Porzingis was in and out of the lineup, and then he came back late in the finals, and you kind of have that like cherry on top. Like that's how you have to view it with Embiid, whereas you're almost expecting he's not going to be there, and if he is there, then it's great. But if you like Philly, the question you have to ask yourselves is Maxey, Edgecombe, Brown, and LeBron good enough to win the East or win the Finals? I don't think it is. It could be, but like I'm not saying like with the starting five. I'm keeping Embiid out of this. Time and time again, we have had more than enough data. You can't trust him. He doesn't stay healthy. He's not going to be available night after night. He's not going to be effective. So you have to throw him out. And if you like the Sixers, you have to ask yourselves if those other four are good enough to win the East or the title. I don't think they are, but there certainly could be people that think so.
Well, see, here's where I know I've always loved the NBA. I'm an NBA fan. I watch every moment of the playoffs. But again, as an anti-regular seasonite, where like I don't care. Like, why are you playing, Embiid, 35 minutes in, November? You don't need to. Just keep them in bubble wrap. And just all you need is these guys to be healthy and find their roles by mid-April so they can get up to speed and then get in the playoff and see what you can do. Because, what did we learn from this last year where, guys, we get in the playoffs and all of a sudden you do have all these weird catastrophic injuries because the season's too long and these guys are all getting hurt left and right. Happened obviously to the Celtics, a couple of years ago when 2 years ago when Tatum goes down with his Achilles, and obviously across the board there's been massive injuries in the playoffs where even the guys who are able to come back, like an Ant Edwards who hurts his knee, isn't quite the same. So really, it's just like, can you keep this group intact until you get there and just get the 5 seed? Like, look, the Knicks this year, what were they, the 3? I want to say, were they?
Yep.
It wasn't. So the 3 seed. Okay, so be the 3 or the 4. That's fine. You don't have to be a 1 seed now. It's just you get in. It's who stays the healthiest, who survives, because the playoffs now are such a season unto itself where it's so long and so intense that you're right. You don't need Embiid during the season. So if you're Philadelphia, you've got to know, okay, we've got a plan for how do we get to, say again, like April 15th with all these guys about as healthy as possible. Go ahead and load manage, LeBron. I know it's going to make fans upset and all that kind of stuff. Well, I paid my money and my kid wanted to see LeBron and all that. But like, you got to think about your team and all these guys who are, like you said, if you can't count on Embiid. Well, if he's 100% or 95% come playoff time, now you got everything in place. And that's where LeBron has been smart about this, where you mentioned Durant before. Well, Durant kept going to places where he was supposed to be the 1 or the 2. That's, he's going to be the scoring superstar here. And it just kind of didn't work out, where now LeBron doesn't have to be that. And you also kind of mentioned, rightly so, where it's like, okay, so Embiid is fine for a while, but then he's not. That's when you get LeBron in. LeBron sits for a while, but Embiid's fine. Okay, that's where Embiid and Brown take over. So you just have to kind of manage the season quite right and figure out whose role works, and then hopefully you've got it all figured out, and then when it's time to go.
Going to talk much more about LeBron here in hour number one. Chime in, chime in with calls that you have, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. What are your thoughts on LeBron making the decision to go to Philadelphia? Do you think the Sixers now are an NBA Finals contender? Do you think they win the NBA Finals? PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. When we come back, more LeBron conversation.
LeBron James is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers, a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. Clutch Sports Group and Clutch CEO and Game Over show host Rich Paul telling ESPN. This, according to Shams Charania, exactly 42 seconds ago. Woo! Didn't think we'd get that today. I told you this makes the most sense. I said right before I went out on vacation, I told you guys, this makes the most sense. If LeBron wants to really take a run at a title, he will take much less money and he will go to Philadelphia and become a part of what is with a healthy, and I know that's a massive caveat, but with a healthy Joel Embiid, that is a championship roster. Unbelievable. So there's the breaking news for you right now. LeBron James, according to Shams Charania and ESPN, signing with the Sixers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. You now have Embiid, LeBron, Jaylen Brown, VJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey. That is your starting five. That is the best team in the East. When we just talk starting fives, that is the best team in the East. And LeBron knew this the entire time. When we sat down a couple weeks ago and broke down, you remember when we went into the detailed breakdown of the Shams Charania whiteboard? Everyone knew that made the most sense. I wasn't going out on a limb telling you that made the most sense. Going to Golden State, pipe dream that was just for comfort's sake. Going back to Cleveland or even going back to Miami, maybe if all went well, you'd max out, you'd top out at an Eastern Conference Finals appearance. And, we'd have the great storybook ending. But, you got it from LeBron. Is it Fanatics Fest last week? Or maybe a couple weeks ago. Again, I was on vacation, so I was not getting every piece of information that was coming through. I wasn't on Wi-Fi all the time, and it was beautiful. But LeBron talked about playing his last year or two and was very clear that this might not be a 1-year deal wherever he ended up. Well, now we know it's a 2-year deal. Yeah, it's got the option on there. But LeBron wants to chase a title. Cement the legacy by walking off with the Larry O'Brien one final time. So, props to LeBron for making the right choice. I always had doubt in the back of my mind that he wouldn't choose the path of least resistance, that he wouldn't go Cleveland or Miami, because in Miami, he gets to basically be in charge, right? Pat Riley's going to let him do whatever he wants. Spoelstra's not going to put up too much of a fight. And in Cleveland, it would have just been a sideshow. Maybe not always in a bad way, but it would have been the retirement tour. And clearly LeBron James is telling us with this decision that it's not about going around the 30 NBA cities and collecting rocking chairs and getting the video farewells on the Jumbotron before the game. It's about winning. So credit to him for making this decision. Again, I don't think he had to go way out on a limb to make this decision. It was the one that made the most sense the whole time.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you, filling in for Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on a Friday. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. We're with you until 11 p.m. Eastern time, talking all things LeBron to Philly. Plenty of college football coming up on the show today. Connor O'Gara going to stop by 8:15 Eastern time. We'll dive into some NFL and some Major League Baseball as well. But let's continue talking about the King as he made his decision earlier today that he will be playing for his fourth and final team, the Philadelphia 76ers. He signs a 2-year, $8 million deal, and now will team up with Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, and Joel Embiid, which is
that's right. It is. Why does it seem like it's more than 4? Because I'm used to like Shaq had like 12 teams he was involved. Maybe it's because LeBron went to Cleveland twice. I don't know why it seems like it. It just seems like he's been like Duranted or something, or he's been to like every team in the NBA or something. But you're right. I guess it's just the fourth team, right?
I agree with you. He's only been, it does feel more than 4. I think it's because he has the 2 stints in Cleveland. And then a crazy trivia question too, Pete, is that the longest team he's been with has actually been the Lakers. He's been with them for 8 years. I think a lot of people would feel like it's been Cleveland, but it's actually been the Lakers that he's been the team with the longest, and now he'll head to Philadelphia.
And only the one title, right? Only the one
correct.
2020
COVID year.
You know, he won the weird, quirky tournament title. Yeah.
That's correct.
Right.
Has there ever been a bigger... So what do you think I was going to say, has there ever been a bigger lock for the NBA schedule makers than to make Sixers, Knicks, and Thunder Spurs opening night?
Right.
But then, as I was going to ask that question, I'm like, do they do that for Christmas? I mean, they could certainly do both. They could have them on opening day and they could do Christmas. I think that's definitely a possibility.
The problem with Christmas now is and Netflix is just horning in on that with the NFL. So like, it's a little, you know, but you're right. Yeah, I mean, LeBron is going to be front and center where, you know, God forbid you buy tickets to any Sixers game for like the 3 games before Christmas, because LeBron's going to sit those to make sure that they're going to make sure he's ready to rumble for Christmas Day. But yeah, it's a lot. I mean, look, he's still a thing. And so I will go 2 different directions with you on this. I will start with one question. It sounds crazy, and I have a friend who will actually kill me if he hears me saying this. Is LeBron still the face of the NBA? Because SGA plays in Oklahoma City. No one knows how to spell his name. No one knows how to say his name. It's not a big media market. He's just not out there as much. Jokic is the best player probably, but no, probably not. Wemby is probably there. Yeah, but didn't win it this year. He's going to be the face of the NBA very soon. Brunson's going to be it probably, at least in terms of marketing over the next year. We're going to be plowed with, you know, different Brunson things. But when it comes to just worldwide stuff, the Jordan brand still rules all. But is LeBron still the biggest name in the NBA?
It's a
besides
good
Wemby?
question. I think he might be. Curry was the other one that came to
I'm not saying
mind
he's the best.
potentially.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying
right.
I'm not saying he's the best player.
You could certainly make the argument because, like, right, if you're in New Zealand and you're asking them, name me 3 NBA players, a majority of New Zealanders are all naming LeBron James. Like, they're not giving you SGA, they're not giving you Jokic. I don't think. I think they're giving you LeBron. They might give you Curry. Maybe there's a chance they give you Wemby, but I still think globally,
Wemby and Jokic are
LeBron.
international, so they probably have some New Zealandites who are into them a little bit more because there is an international flair to that. But like, they don't know who SGA is. They don't know, they don't get who Jaylen Brown is, right?
No, yeah. He's certainly in the conversation. I saw somebody ask a good question too today on Twitter. When Philadelphia does their intros for their starting lineup, who do you think is the guy that gets announced last? Is it already LeBron? Does he get that honor? Do they give it to Embiid, Maxey? Like who would get that last starting intro?
I think if you're going to be doing this right way, I think you start with if it's a start if they're all starting, if everyone's starting at once, I think maybe you start with Jaylen Brown and you end with LeBron. I mean, LeBron is still look. I'm not going to say he's overrated or anything like this. I'm fully all Team Jordan when it comes to. I'm actually Jordan Kareem, before LeBron and a whole lot of stuff. But he's still LeBron. He's still the biggest. This is not a scenario too where you're getting Jordan with the Wizards, or you're not getting Serena Williams in Wimbledon. The guy's still good. They're gonna still expect him to actually be, you mentioned before, a top 25 player. Even if he's not, even if he's a top 35 player, that's still awesome. He's still a real NBA player who, if he was like, say, 24 instead of 41, you'd be saying, okay, this is a kind of a big deal. Look at his stats from last year. Look what he produces. Look at who this guy is. Okay, fine. He can't run like he used to, but that's comparative to his past greatness. He's still a really good basketball player. So like, in terms of hype, in terms of everything else, he's not going to win the MVP this year, but I think respect-wise, maybe he gets the last guy out. At least at night one. Opening night, LeBron will be the last guy who comes out.
Because he's going to get the loudest intro. You know what I mean? He chose them. Like Jaylen Brown got traded there. LeBron chose to go to Philadelphia. They definitely love Maxey, but I agree with you. I think especially for those early games when the fan base will be so excited, that building will be so electric. They're going to make the most noise for LeBron. I think there's a chance that he could potentially be the last guy announced for starting intros. But
that's a fantastic point, by the way. That is a fantastic point. That like if you're like you mentioned that before, like he's never really been in a crazy sports market. Miami is not a sports market unless you have a winning team. LA, the Lakers are everything, and that really is the one team. It sort of captivates
Dodgers,
everyone.
I think.
Dodgers
is big
Dodgers are close.
Big.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. But like the Lakers have always been like, that's the Showtime era. The Lakers just rule all because you do have Shaq and Magic and Kareem and Kobe and it's just a bigger thing. But that's it. The LA fans are obviously fickle. So he is going to his first true. I mean, Cleveland's a sports mad town, but like they're Cleveland. So this is it. But he, like you said, he chose them. And sports fans tend to be real big fans of anyone who's like, you're picking me. It's like in college, it's like, they love their new recruits because you chose my school, forgetting that they're getting NIL money now. But like, you're right. He's going to be given a free pass because he is LeBron and because he did pick Philadelphia over a Miami or a Boston or a Minnesota or anybody else.
100%. So, I mean, look, they're going to make a lot of noise for Jaylen Brown too. They're going to make the most though for LeBron. There's no question. I am interested to see how that plays out in starting intros.
Until he sucks. If LeBron sucks, then that ends so fast in Philadelphia. If all of a sudden he can't play anymore and he keeps, if he has the plus minus with Philadelphia that he did with LA, in a weird sort of quirk, I think again, it's a kind of a bad stat, but it still makes sense. Like all of a sudden, the Philly fans are not going to be, but as long as they're winning everything's beautiful in their world.
Now, Pete, you said a couple different times here to start the show that you are a Jordan guy, and I'm with you. I think MJ's the GOAT. There's really nothing LeBron can do for me in this next year, or even two, to surpass that. I assume you have the same thought. And then my other question on top of that would be, was there a team that he could have gone to that maybe swayed your opinion if he was able to win a championship and maybe go higher up on your list potentially?
Oh, if he went to Sacramento and won the NBA championship, then all of a sudden we're talking about a whole different ball game here. Obviously, he's awesome. This is it. It's not really. It shouldn't be like, oh, who's the greatest? Because it's an easy conversation to have. Because obviously, all these guys are great in their own different ways. And stats wise, LeBron is just ridiculous. I mean, there's no different way. But at the end of the day, Pearl Jam's not Nirvana. Jordan never wore LeBrons. So it's just a perception. I don't, as the old guy here, it's the worst thing you can say in these kind of conversations. Like, you had to have been there during the moment. I got Chicago in my background here, but it was such a bigger thing. LeBron on his own is just awesome. I mean, the longevity to this, just appreciate what this is. I mean, Jordan was with the Wizards. He was, flamed out at that point. LeBron's 41 years old. And he's still a real player. He's not just a token, oh, he's LeBron. Let's just wheel him out there and see what we can get out of him. If you're the Sixers, you really are expecting to get a guy who's like you said, maybe is the third or maybe sometimes second best player on the team, who is good enough to be a legitimate all-star, who's good enough to be legitimate. He didn't have it this year, but you could make some certain cases that at least if you're a stat sheet guy, all NBA fringe. I mean, as crazy as that is, he's still really good at what he does. Okay, fine. So he's not going to be the defensive player he was, a few years ago. But again, he's 41. You're not going to ask him. He doesn't have to be the alpha dog here. He doesn't have to be the number one guy. He doesn't have to carry this team on his shoulders. As long as he's not that, you're all right.
Is there a player on Philadelphia that you think is going to benefit the most from LeBron being there? I kind of think it's going to be Embiid a little bit. You were making that Dwight Howard comparison just a little bit with the fact that they are the same size, essentially. And we think of Dwight in his prime as just this absolute monster, grabbing all these rebounds, getting all these dunks. And at this point in his career, with the situation he's going to be in, he's definitely kind of going to lean into more of that assist, rebounding type role. And again, with Embiid being cautious of that and giving him extra nights off and not playing him as many minutes in the regular season, I think Joel's going to benefit from that tremendously. I think the other guys will as well, but I certainly think his addition will pay the most dividends for Embiid. Is there a guy that you had in mind?
Yeah, well, so I guess I'll flip your question a little bit. Is now it kind of frees everyone else up. Because if LeBron can do anything, he can still rebound and he can pass. So, even if he's not scoring a ton and even if he's not going to guard anyone from the perimeter anymore, you could still stick him on, your 6'10", 7-foot big dude underneath and let Embiid kind of roam a little bit more. Or you can put him out on the perimeter and just be a big guard that he's never going to stay with a Brunson or anybody like that, but you can kind of put him anywhere and he'll still find a way to get rebounds and do certain things. So he does take the pressure off of everyone else. Like you said, at the very least, everyone how about from a media and attention standpoint? Now Embiid, it's always been like, well, when does it be? Embiid's an MVP player, but he only played 96 or 6 games or so in the last 3 years, something like that. So now the attention's not fully on him. The media, every game is going to flock to LeBron. That's going to be every time. He's going to be the first one up to the podium. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So at the very least, he takes the pressure off Jaylen Brown. Because if he doesn't go to Philadelphia, the media obviously goes right to Jaylen Brown, goes right to Embiid first. And now they don't have to be the guys who have to be the face of the franchise to be the first one anybody talks about. Because even though LeBron's not going to be the number one guy in this team, that's who the media is going to want to hear from each and every time out.
All right, when we come back, we're going to continue talking LeBron here on BetMGM tonight. After he goes to Philly, are we going to see any corresponding moves from other teams? Is this the big last domino that we get in the NBA offseason? And where does Philadelphia rank in the pecking order right now in the Eastern Conference and also in the entire NBA. We'll discuss that to wrap up hour number one. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest challenges I faced this year. Now, I think the one thing people forget is, all those guys you just mentioned were rated 5 stars or 4 stars in the portal. Now, take you back, a year or two ago to recruiting those guys. Nobody wanted those guys out of high school, and nobody wanted Drew Messamaker. Nobody wanted Caleb Hawkins. He had one offer. And he was so thankful and grateful to have that opportunity. Same thing with Wyatt Young. He was a quarterback that we transitioned to wide receiver. And so I think not only them, but their families, they all have great support systems around them. And I think, when they really got into, the recruitment process out of the portal, they appreciated what we had done for them so far and how we developed them and molded them and put them, gave them an opportunity to go perform and have success on the field. And so I think that went a long way with us. Obviously, I brought all my staff with me, which is super unique this day and age. I think if you look at the transition of anybody going from G5 up to P4 this year, they didn't bring all their staff with them. And so I think the loyalty, the players saw that and they respected that these were the coaches that I wanted to reward for helping me, put what we put together at North Texas. And so now the very first team meeting, the whole North Texas crew was sitting on the front right, all of our, returners from Oklahoma State front left, and then everybody else, was mixed in. And I made everybody stand up and move, and they couldn't sit next to anybody they knew for the first semester that we were here during the team meeting. So I think it's been a challenge, but the one thing that's helped is the kids from North Texas, they know our culture, they know our expectations, our standards. But it has been important for me to embrace everybody together and say, hey, like, this is all about 26 Oklahoma State Cowboys. And when you look back at the last 2 years, I mean, just to think in your head, because they had so much success under Mike for so long here, and you really look back and think, hey, the last 20 games we played against FBS teams here, we've lost. And so that's still mind-blowing. So we got a lot to prove right now. There's a lot of work that we need to do to get this team ready to be firing on all cylinders here in a couple months when we drive over east to Tulsa.
Yeah, I think you can't measure it. I mean, I think in a world now that everybody's taking a transfer quarterback, that first year guy, and again we've been through that. To be able to have your freshman quarterback, a guy that you've recruited, a guy you believed in, and then the guy that you developed for a year, be able to be back for year two. I mean, he's got 4 more years of eligibility, 4 years with that new 5-for-5 rule. So he's got 4 more years left, and he's got a lot of good football ahead of him. I think the version of Mason that you saw last year was just kind of a touch of the surface. I mean, he didn't have a lot of reps in spring ball, didn't have a lot of reps in fall camp. Probably 3rd, 4th. I don't even know where he was on the depth chart. I just know when we decided to make a change, we felt like he had the higher upside, and we went with him and made a good decision there.
The game goes live. The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
LeBron James to the Philadelphia 76ers. We're going to talk about it all show here on BetMGM Tonight.
We've got to get back to the stadium conversation, though. The best stuff is usually off the air. And
it is.
The new Northwestern Stadium's just right around the corner from me right here, right now. The new stadiums have been crazy. We have to have a quick segment at some point where we're talking about stadiums before, because that was pretty interesting stuff.
We do. I love a good stadium conversation. I've been to all 30 MLB ballparks, Pete. So I've done all those.
Wow.
I've been to about half the NFL, college football. I need to get to some. I've been to like a little half the SEC and all those sorts of things. But yeah, I'm we'll
get back on topic. We'll get back on LeBron in a second here. But real quick, what have you not done? I don't want to say bucket list because that means you're gonna die. What's the stadium that you need? You're like, I gotta see this stadium first.
It's Allen Fieldhouse, Kansas basketball game. I gotta get there. I'm a big college guy. Football, basketball. I've heard that is like the St. Andrews of college basketball. So that would probably be one for me. What about you?
I didn't even think about that. Cameron Indoor, I would like to be at in some point. That I've never been there. Outson Stadium for me. It's too tough to get to Oregon, but that's apparently like one of the coolest settings. I've never seen a game at Washington. But my problem is during the season, I'm sitting there, dealing with every game at once. So I can't really travel as much as I like. But no, Allen Fieldhouse is supposed to be insane. And yeah, that's one of those things you just have to go do, obviously.
1,000%. Austin's a good call too. I definitely like to go there and see an Oregon game for sure. We'll talk some SEC coming up in about 10 minutes, previewing the SEC. They wrapped up media days yesterday in Tampa, and should be a really fun league this year. Excited to break that down with Pete. But Pete, let's wrap up our hour one conversation on LeBron. So we've broken down all the angles of what it means for the team and maybe how the rotations are going to look and the adversity that they could face and all those sorts of things. At BetMGM right now, from an odds standpoint, the Knicks, the defending champs, they're still the favorites to win the East. They're plus 350, Philly's plus 400, and then Boston is plus 500. And then in the NBA Finals market, OKC and San Antonio are co-favorites, plus 275 to win the title, followed by the Knicks at plus 900, and then the Sixers at plus 950. So as you would imagine, with the Jaylen Brown move and then this LeBron move, Philly's odds just continue to plummet. I'm sure people will continue to bet them throughout the day and throughout the next couple of days with all the excitement. But realistically, would you make any bets on Philadelphia, whether it would be to win the East or to win the NBA title?
Win the East, yes. Win the NBA title, no. I don't believe the Knicks feels like a one-off. I could be wrong. They could win the next 10 titles or something. I love them. That's a fun team. I hope they keep rolling. But they just kind of feel like the Mavericks of several years ago, where they got there, okay, or the Detroit Pistons that 1 year when everything kind of fit right. Because there's no way Brunson can stay in one piece for forever playing like this. He gets beaten up too badly. Everything kind of went right at once for them this year. They just seem to have the right mix, the right attitude, the right feel. Everything was perfect. Everything was hitting on all cylinders. And it seems sort of like one of those teams that, unlike, NBA teams sometimes do, where they win one, it's like, okay, here comes the run. Even OKC, where, they got that injury problems this year, and then the Holmgren issue when game time hit. But that seems like one of those teams that's going to come back fast. So excuse me, but in terms of winning it all, so I do think that Philadelphia can win the East, only because now, again, like we mentioned before, Boston's weakened. You took, if not their best player, their second best player. If you're not buying the Knicks, which I don't really buy into them, then if you believe in Detroit, if you believe in Cleveland, there's still some good teams in there. Halliburton's going to come back at some point with Indiana. I don't know if that's going to make all the world of difference to get them back to, the NBA championship level status. But certainly at this point, if you're saying everyone's starting five is intact and ready to rumble in the playoffs, how can you not say, the NBA, that the Sixers are at least going to be right there in with it? I just think, I know it didn't happen this year, but this is such a young Spurs team. It's going to learn from this. And I don't think they're going to be like the Orlando Magic when they had the 1 year and all of a sudden they kind of wet themselves against Houston and that was it. I think, okay, they're going to learn from this. Wemby and this bunch is going to get older, wiser, and better, and OKC's not going anywhere. So I don't think whatever's coming out of the East is beating one of those two, but certainly to get to the NBA Finals, how can you not say at this point, if you've got this group starting five healthy, which is not a given, how can you not at least say, yeah, the Sixers are at least in the mix?
I totally agree. No interest in betting them to win the title. I think the Spurs and Thunder are still clear better teams. I would trust them way more. East, though, it does feel like the Knicks could be a one-off. I mean, look at the run that they went on, Pete. They won 12 straight games. They won just about all of them by double digits. They were shooting the crap out of the ball every single night. They were making all their three-pointers. It just isn't us. It just felt like it was their year. Like you said, kind of everything came together. And then the rest of the East, like you said, Boston got worse. Kawhi probably ends up going to the Raptors, but that right now we don't know. The Pistons were a fraud last year as well.
Speaking of injury problems, there's your guy who's not going to play more than 5 minutes. Forget Embiid. Kawhi, right. The Raptors.
Plus 800.
Last more than 10 minutes.
Plus 800 if you like the Raptors to win the Eastern Conference. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout here. BetMGM tonight. When we come back, a little college football conversation. We're talking SEC, PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here, Westwood One Sports.
I think the widest range of probabilities for the Giants is somewhere in that 6 to 8 win range, especially if Neighbors is healthy. I don't want to make a whole season about one guy, or more specifically, one guy's knee, but there you have it. The linchpin for the Giants this year is Malik Neighbors and that right knee. And I think it's a huge positive that he's going to be ready to go from the start of training camp. Not that you want him out there going 110% during every rep early in training camp. But the more time Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors spend together on the field, the better for the Giants' future.
Yeah, what's so cool for me and unique for me is this kid didn't play football in high school, and so just to see him get an opportunity and to see him grow right now. He's only started 15 games in his career at quarterback, and that includes high school. There's so much potential and growth, and I'm so excited because he's gotten so much better over the course of these last 7 or 8 months in our spring football and all the summer stuff that we're doing. And so, just super proud to watch, kind of the maturity that's happened in the last 3 years. He shows up 3 years ago, non-scholarship, didn't play in high school, just looking for a chance as our fifth string guy. And he's kind of just put his head down and he's worked. Now, he's really, really technically sound and he's super accurate with the football. Has the size, has the mental capability to process information real fast. And so I told my wife the other night, joking around, I was like, we need Drew to play good. We don't need to play him to play that good that we lose him after a year to be. But I think everybody's going to be happy if a year from now, he's being considered as a guy that's going to go in the first round. So just fun for me as a coach to see a kid like that get rewarded and for his toughness, his grit, and and just staying true to it. Like, I mean, most kids would have quit if they didn't start in high school and not even want to pursue the game anymore.
Having relationships with our players. I think relationships and the culture you have in your program is number one. And Mason didn't want to go anywhere. He had no intentions of going anywhere. But someone dangles that carrot in front of you, and makes kids and families and agents start to go, wait a second, let's look at this. This is maybe some game changing things here that we got to talk about. But I think when you treat your guys right, and they're happy where they are. I mean, you can't buy happiness. You know that. I mean, you can spend all the money you want on happiness. You can't buy it. It's something that that happens with the right people, and I think we have the right people in Pitt.
Down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. And this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. The entire hour one, we talked about LeBron James to Philadelphia. We will touch on that later on in the show, but now it is time to talk some football and talk some college football. We got Pete Futak on the show. We got to take advantage. We got to talk some football, and today we'll talk some SEC. They just wrapped up media days in Tampa, and Pete, I think the SEC could get wild this year. Right now, if you look at the betting market, two teams are odds-on favorites. They're minus money to make the playoff, Georgia and Texas. Then you have about four teams that are all grouped together, Bama, A&M, LSU, Ole Miss, that are all kind of in that plus 140, plus 150 range. You got Oklahoma that's kind of right there. Tennessee's got to replace their quarterback. They got some questions, but they're certainly in the mix. So as usual, the SEC should be very competitive, but you do have your two teams at the top, Georgia and Texas, that it seems like people will be gunning for this season. What's your biggest storyline heading into the season for the SEC? Is it Arch in Texas? Is it Kiffin and LSU? Is it something else? What would be your biggest storyline?
It ain't the Big Ten. And look, the whole media days was basically the SEC being like, stay calm, all is well. It just means more. We love college football. We're still really good at this. And I've been screaming this for years, and it's finally kicking in. The moment, just wait until Alabama figures out that Purdue makes more money than it does in media rights. The Big Ten makes so much money. They have all the big media markets. And what's happening now? You've got like the top five, like Texas and Georgia are going to be in someone's top five here and there, across the board. But honestly, the top four teams in the country in some way, shape, or form are going to be Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, and Notre Dame. Georgia and Texas are good. They ain't that. They're not quite at that level now. So like you said, part of the problem is everyone watches the SEC. because they do get the biggest ratings. Everyone watches Alabama, Georgia, or whatever the big gigantic game is. And so then everyone just assumes, oh, wow, Alabama beat Georgia or vice versa. Oh my gosh, look at the gauntlet that's happening. And then what happened was they play real teams in the college football playoff and they just get thunder dunked on. I mean, the last 3 years, the SEC is 2-7 against Power 4 programs in the college football playoff, and the 2 wins came from Texas. So like it's one of those things where Georgia's still really awesome. Texas is really awesome. Alabama is awesome. These things go in cycles. The SEC is still awesome. It's gonna bounce back. One of those teams is gonna win a national championship again, maybe this year. That's the big story is they need to prove now, because now we're talking 3 years and running where the SEC has not made a blip of noise in the college football playoff, that they got to prove that the Big Ten isn't running away with this at this point.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no question the Big Ten definitely has the more top-heavy teams this season. You mentioned the big three, Oregon, Ohio State, and Indiana. Has it still registered? Like, is it calibrated that you have to consider Indiana as like one of the big boys, Pete? I go through all these schedules, right? And I'm looking at these Big Ten teams, and I'm like, all right, that's a tough game at Oregon, Michigan at home, Indiana, and then I'm like, oh, wait, they got to go to Bloomington. Like, they're probably going to lose that game. Has it still registered for you yet? I know we're talking SEC, but real quick on Indiana, has it registered when you look at Indiana on a schedule that like, oh, yeah, all of a sudden that's probably a game that somebody's going to lose?
Yeah, it's because it's now the thing. It's welcome to the new world where NIL money matters. It's the craziest thing. Indiana has the largest living alumni base in the country. Like all Indiana grads don't die basically, and so they're all still alive and they're all funding the football program. And you have the Mark Cubans of the world who help and everything. It's a beautiful campus, awesome place to be. And so like all of a sudden you can go from 0 to 100 miles an hour in a blip, because everything is there for Indiana to be awesome. And that's, to take this back to the SEC and your Alabama Crimson Tide, that's the problem. It's not that Alabama got rocked in the college football playoff. It's that it just offends all sensibilities that it was to Indiana. Really? We lost to that team? And the problem with Indiana on a national scale is if you're a Tennessee, if you're a USC, if you're a Nebraska, if you're a quote football school, as I'm using air quotes here, and you see Indiana all of a sudden winning, well, if you're Kentucky and you're being like, well, why can't we do that? If you're this, like everyone's like screaming, well, if Indiana's doing this, why can't we're the football school? Why can't we do? But this happens. Florida State under Bobby Bowden, back in the early 1980s, all of a sudden they went from nothing to great. Miami went from nothing to great in a hiccup. I was at Wisconsin when Barry Alvarez took over. They weren't obviously a national championship program, but they all of a sudden were the worst program in America to a team that won the Rose Bowl. You can make changes fast, but yeah, it is a little weird. And the big problem that I don't think that you could see us through SEC Media Days this week, and we can ask Connor O'Gara this in a few minutes, is that the SEC has not come to grips with it. It's like, okay, that was cute, yep. Indiana. That was fun. Now, go wait for basketball season and go enjoy yourself from here on. But the problem is, everyone forgets, Indiana only lost one regular season game in the first year of Cignetti, and then they lost in the college football playoff to Notre Dame. And then last year, they went undefeated, obviously. So this program is not going anywhere.
They are not. And I love the addition of Josh Hoover. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks. I think going with Cignetti is going to be perfect. So they're going to be really good again. A quarterback that everybody's talking about again this year is Arch Manning. I find Texas, Pete, so fascinating. Last year, it was all speculation. We had seen him in glimpses. He would come in for Ewers, and they'd use him in some run packages here and there. We saw him in mop-up duty. But last year was really that first year where he was the guy. And he was the favorite to win the Heisman. Texas was the number one team. They were the favorites to win the title. Everybody was giving him everything. They thought they were going to be great, and he was going to be great. They open up the season in Columbus. That defense eats him alive. He gets injured middle of the year. They start to look good late, but they can't make the playoff. And it feels like this year we're doing the same song and dance all over again. And multiple people, everything I read, listen to, this is the Arch is going to look this year what he was supposed to look like last year. And they could be right. He might. I'm not as big of an Arch guy as a lot of other people are. I think he's a good quarterback. I don't think he's a great quarterback. I would take a couple others over him. But where are you on Arch and Texas going into this season?
Arch is the one-on-ones. He's it. And
Okay.
he was great over the second half of last season. Some guys just take a minute. Like we're so used to now, freshman guys or some the occasional guys just come off from out of nowhere and they rock right away. These guys are so coached and they've gone through all the camps and everything. And you mentioned that part of the problem with Arch Manning was they did go to Ohio State to start the season, and they went against the best defense in America right out of the gate. And shock of shocks, Arch Manning could, in his first game as the real starter with all the pressure in the world, could not get by that NFL defense in Columbus, Ohio. And all of a sudden, oh, Arch sucks. Oh, he's not it. And then he kind of struggled. I think it was against UTEP the next week. And then it's like, all right, this isn't happening. He beat Oklahoma. He beat Texas A&M. He was pretty good over the as he cut through the cycle. He just needed a lot of reps, needed a lot of at bats. There, you cannot find anybody within Texas to have one negative word about him. He's got the size, he's got the smarts, he's humble. He's kind of got that Manning sort of, self-effacing humor. He's just the guy. He's got all the tools that you would want an NFL quarterback, and he's got the personality to go along with it. And you could kind of start to see it come together as of last year. The other thing he didn't have last year was a running game. Texas could not run the ball at all, and they solved that problem this year through the transfer portal. Better offensive line. You get Hollywood Smothers and a pretty good group of running backs there to help take the pressure off. They got him, Cam Coleman, and some great wide receivers. So all the tools are there. So now there's no excuse for Arch Manning to not look awesome. I think honestly, on just tools alone, he wouldn't have been number one last year because Mendoza still probably goes one over him just because he would have gone he'd have been a New York Jet right now had he come out last year. And there's still not a certainty that he comes out next year. He might be a Manning and do what Arch and Peyton did. Eli and Peyton did and stay for his entire college career and stick around Texas for another year or so. But he is the real deal. He's not all hype. He is about as grounded and solid as they come.
You know what's really interesting if you're looking at Texas from a betting standpoint? At BetMGM, their win total is 9.5. Over 9.5 wins for Texas is plus 105. So if you think Texas is winning double-digit games this season, that's plus money. What I think is interesting is Texas to make the college football playoff is minus 180. So, I know Texas' schedule is really tough. They play Ohio State. They play at A&M. They're at Tennessee, Red River against OU, Ole Miss at home, at LSU. They got some tough games. But as we know, there hasn't been a 9-3 at-large team make this 12-team playoff. And I just think it's interesting that they're minus 180 to make the playoff, but they're plus 105 to go over 9.5 wins. So would that be a bet for you, over 9.5 wins for Texas? Do you think with that schedule, they can get to 10 wins or 11 wins this season?
Yeah, they can. It's kind of crazy, though, because like you said, the College Football Playoff Committee is a bunch of record rankers. You got to get to 10 wins because it's an easy thing for them to justify. And it comes down to really right out of the gate, can they win at home against Ohio State? Had they played Ohio instead of Ohio State last year, they're in the College Football Playoff. They lose to Florida, who played great. And that's, you read off all those other teams. Well, why did they not get in the College Football Playoff last year? The loss to the Gators. That knocked them out because that was 9-3. But then they started to getting better and better and better. They beat A&M by double digits. That at the end of the year, they were a pretty good team. But like you said, Ohio State's going to start the season as pretty much everyone's number one team. That offense is just unfairly good for the Buckeyes. At Tennessee, dangerous game, obviously. If you're Texas, you got to win that SEC opener. If you're a national championship team, you should be able to beat this Tennessee team. Oklahoma, you mentioned it before, that is a dangerous team. But the weird part about Red River is that game kind of becomes its own little separate entity. Remember, Oklahoma lost Red River last year, and they still ended up making the college football playoff. Florida, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, those are home games. You got to take those down. At Missouri, it's Missouri. Take that down. LSU is the problem. We haven't talked about this yet. This could be a whole segment unto itself. That's the team. That is the SEC team to be freaked out about if you are a Georgia and Alabama or Texas, because this is going to rock up fast. Arkansas, you're not worried about in Texas A&M, but like the problem is, in November, you've got 3 of your last 4 games on the road. So it's not easy, but yeah, this is about a 10-2 team, but it really would help if they can beat Ohio State early on.
I'm glad you brought up LSU because I was going to go to them next. Because again, I think SEC storylines, Arch Texas, Kiffin, and LSU, those are probably the 2 biggest things people are monitoring this season. Kiffin leaves that situation in Oxford, Pete. He probably could have stayed there for life. He was building that thing into a juggernaut. They made the playoffs last year. He takes the money. He goes to Baton Rouge, and they call him the Portal King for a reason. He brings in all this talent. But much like Texas, they got a tough schedule. The thing for LSU, though, their hardest games are at home this year. Clemson, A&M, Bama, and Texas are probably the 4 toughest teams they play. Ole Miss is going to be a tough game, and certainly with Kiffin going back, that's going to be tricky. But you could argue all their toughest games, their 4 toughest, are at home this year, which is definitely key in Baton Rouge. It sounds like you really like LSU. So for all the people tuning in, because they got a new coach, all this turnover on the roster, what is it about the Tigers that you like so much?
I'm just going to go. I'm just putting it out there, and I will deny I ever said it if it doesn't happen. This has the exact same feel. It's kind of like Saban going to Alabama light. It's not quite that, but there was that kind of feeling that Alabama was kind of treading water for a while, and things weren't working as a power program. It just seemed like it needed a tweak more than a complete overhaul. Saban comes in, has a kind of a rough first season, and then kaboom. So we'll talk about Bama in a second about how that worked out for them. But Lane Kiffin comes in, and you already had a great defense. With the crazy part about it is, under Brian Kelly, whose offenses were rocking and rolling always at Notre Dame, he couldn't get his offense going last year. So now you get Kiffin to fix that with Sam Levitt coming in. And like you said, the Portal King, they basically got anyone they wanted. So the thing about Lane Kiffin is, you mentioned Ole Miss. Ole Miss is not a good football program. It's kind of Vanderbilt on steroids over the history of this program. It's not one of those programs that was a traditional powerhouse by any means. They don't have they have a lot of money they can spend there. It's obviously a big program. It's not at the level of a Georgia, Alabama, or a Texas or an LSU. So there's a hard ceiling that Ole Miss was going to run up against. And so you have Kiffin, here's a guy who, 1 year at Tennessee, when Tennessee was really floundering, had the one good year at Tennessee during a problem there. Goes, takes the better gig at USC. Reggie Bush sanctions hit, and all of a sudden everything kind of unravels from there. Goes to Florida Atlantic, who never won anything and still hasn't after he left. Has a couple of 11-win seasons and turns them into a Conference USA powerhouse. And then takes over an Ole Miss program. It was okay, not great, and all of a sudden has one of the best eras since the 1960s. So he's one of those guys who, because he's just that good a coach, he almost doesn't get the credit for it because he's Lane Kiffin and everyone's annoyed by him. But now you've got Lane Kiffin, who's bound by nothing. He's got all the resources, everything is at his disposal, and a program that expects national championships and it's got a proven track record. I think this team, maybe if it's not this year, it's coming fast, because this is going to be the right guy at the right program at the right time.
I can't wait to see what Sam Levitt looks like in that system. His freshman year with ASU, and they made the playoff with Scadaboo, he was great. He would show glimpses of greatness. And then last year was hobbled by injuries. ASU had a tough year. Now he goes to that offense. Kiffin brings his OC with him, Charlie Weiss Jr. I like the fact, too, Pete, that he kept the defensive coordinator that was there with Kelly, Blake Baker. I thought he was really good, transforming that defense after the year that Jaden Daniels won the Heisman. They were just giving up 40 points every single week. That defense was atrocious. But yeah, LSU, man, they're so interesting. You're so right about Kiffin. Because of all the antics and how unlikable he is to so many, it really takes away from what a great coach he is. Because to your point, every place he goes, especially recently in college football, he turns them into a winner. And now you're landing at truly one of the best jobs that you can, with all the talent in that Louisiana area and the NIL and the money that LSU has, he should be able to win there. Again, that schedule is tough. They opened the season week 1 against Clemson, but all their toughest games, man, Texas, Bama, A&M, and Clemson, and you got to figure a lot of those games are going to be at night.
They don't get Georgia. They don't get Oklahoma. And like you said, Clemson, they'll roll. Clemson's not that great. I'm not a believer in Ole Miss that they're going to do this again. But like you said, that's one of those games you can see a loss just because it's the cheeky SEC types with the SEC really seriously. The SEC opener, you're sending Kiffin back into Oxford. That's going to be pretty amazing. Texas A&M's dangerous, like you said. Home game. Kentucky, they got to beat. Mississippi State, they got to beat. Auburn is dangerous. That's a fun road game. They should win that. Week off before hosting Alabama, you can win that. You can beat Texas at home. Tennessee, they're better than Arkansas. They're better, and I mean, this is a college football playoff or bust team. So to go back to your original question, 9.5 win total. I will take that chance that they go over, and if they don't, kind of a disappointing season because all of a sudden you have an LSU team that has a lot better talent. They have as much talent as anybody in the SEC right now.
It's very true. Again, right now, BetMGM plus 140 for LSU to make the college football playoff. We're going to take a timeout here on BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak, talking SEC, Westwood One Sports. When we come back, we'll break down more of these teams. We'll look at Georgia, Alabama, and keep rolling through the Southeastern Conference. Don't go anywhere.
LeBron James is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers, a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. Clutch Sports Group and Clutch CEO and Game Over show host Rich Paul telling ESPN. This, according to Shams Charania, exactly 42 seconds ago. Woo! Didn't think we'd get that today. I told you this makes the most sense. I said right before I went out on vacation, I told you guys, this makes the most sense. If LeBron wants to really take a run at a title, he will take much less money and he will go to Philadelphia and become a part of what is with a healthy, and I know that's a massive caveat, but with a healthy Joel Embiid, that is a championship roster. Unbelievable. So there's the breaking news for you right now. LeBron James, according to Shams Charania and ESPN, signing with the Sixers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. You now have Embiid, LeBron, Jaylen Brown, VJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey. That is your starting five. That is the best team in the East. When we just talk starting fives, that is the best team in the East. And LeBron knew this the entire time. When we sat down a couple weeks ago and broke down, you remember when we went into the detailed breakdown of the Shams Charania whiteboard? Everyone knew that made the most sense. I wasn't going out on a limb telling you that made the most sense. Going to Golden State, pipe dream that was just for comfort's sake. Going back to Cleveland or even going back to Miami, maybe if all went well, you'd max out, you'd top out at an Eastern Conference Finals appearance. And, we'd have the great storybook ending. But, you got it from LeBron. Is it Fanatics Fest last week? Or maybe a couple weeks ago. Again, I was on vacation, so I was not getting every piece of information that was coming through. I wasn't on Wi-Fi all the time, and it was beautiful. But LeBron talked about playing his last year or two and was very clear that this might not be a 1-year deal wherever he ended up. Well, now we know it's a 2-year deal. Yeah, it's got the option on there. But LeBron wants to chase a title, cement the legacy by walking off with the Larry O'Brien one final time. So, props to LeBron for making the right choice. I always had doubt in the back of my mind that he wouldn't choose the path of least resistance, that he wouldn't go Cleveland or Miami, because in Miami, he gets to basically be in charge, right? Pat Riley's going to let him do whatever he wants. Spoelstra's not going to put up too much of a fight. And in Cleveland, it would have just been a sideshow. Maybe not always in a bad way, but it would have been the retirement tour. And clearly LeBron James is telling us with this decision that it's not about going around the 30 NBA cities and collecting rocking chairs and getting the video farewells on the Jumbotron before the game. It's about winning. So credit to him for making this decision. Again, I don't think he had to go way out on a limb to make this decision. It was the one that made the most sense the whole time.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser and Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM Tonight filling in for Pat and Brad on a Friday night. We continue to talk SEC football. We discussed Texas and LSU in the previous segment. Now it's time to talk about the two-time defending SEC champions, and that is the Georgia Bulldogs, who once again should be really good this year. They are plus 310 at BetMGM to win the SEC, and Georgia is plus 900 to win the national championship. They have Gunnar Stockton coming back at quarterback, and Pete, it feels like Kirby did a really good job retaining the talent on his roster this year, and kind of feels like one of those old school Saban or Kirby teams in terms of he's got a lot of those homegrown guys that have been with them for a couple years. They've developed as freshmen and sophomores. Now they're ready to go as upperclassmen. They do lose a lot of skill position players, but it's Georgia, so they should be good. You know, they'll always have a good defense. But what intrigues me about Georgia this year, especially in the regular season, man, last couple of years, their schedule has been brutal, especially 2 years ago when they had to go on the road to Bama and Ole Miss and Texas. I mean, that was a nasty schedule. This year, they do have the road trip to Tuscaloosa. They also have to go on the road to Ole Miss as well, but they avoid a lot of the other big boys in the conference. So there's a good chance Georgia could go 10-2, 11-1 this year in the SEC. I do think they get back to Atlanta this year, but what are your thoughts on the Dogs upcoming this season?
All of it. And so what you kind of alluded to, and it's kind of the weird thing, you asked in the last segment, okay, Alabama and Georgia and the SEC, here's the difference. And it's Georgia's problem is like Alabama's problem, is that they don't have the sure thing top 15 draft pick guys anymore. They've got a lot of talent, at least at the moment. They've got a lot of talent, certainly. But when they were rocking and rolling, winning national championships, when Alabama was rolling under Saban, you just knew every year there were going to be like 5 guys hovering around the first round. You don't really have that with this Georgia team. and you don't have any explosive factor with the passing game, and you have the worst, like literally, it was the worst pass rush in the SEC last year, and there are all these different flaws, and they won the SEC championship. Like it was a team that just didn't have a whole lot of things that went perfectly right. And yet, when they had to, they got on the field with Alabama, and Alabama looked like they shouldn't, gotten off the bus against them. But you forget, and you brought this up, is that you have the two-time defending SEC champion, and because they got rocked out of the college football playoff right away in each of the last two seasons, you kind of forget that they were really, really close to staying on an epic run right now, and they're still awesome. So at the very least, you throw Georgia into the mix of the teams that, yeah, they should be there because, again, last year they won the SEC championship, and this year they seem to have fixed the glitch because the party line last season was this defense has talent, it's good, but it's so young, and they just can't seem to find the explosiveness in the backfield. Well, now they're older, and now they seem to be better. Gunnar Stockton is not going to get the credit because he's not Arch Manning. He's not, Trinidad Chambliss. He's not Lenora Sellers, or Carr or Dante Moore, or one of these guys who's going to be, one of these top first-round draft pick type of guys. But he's really good. He's really accurate, and he does have a running game. The offensive line is going to be a little better. And like you said, with the schedule, don't have to play LSU, which we talked about them before being awesome. Don't have to play Texas. Don't have to play Texas A&M. The only issue is the Florida game is going to be in Atlanta this year, so that's going to be kind of like a home game. Fine. The cocktail party is not in Jacksonville. At Ole Miss, I'm not worried about that too much. South Carolina, I do think that's going to be the one might trip them up because this is going to be a much better Gamecock team this year. It's late in the season, dog days of the year. I think the Dogs probably maybe 10-0 by this point. That's a dangerous one, but again, 11-1, get them in the college football playoff. Anything less would be a shocker.
Yeah, Georgia always has one of those games every single year, whether it's like a South Carolina or Kentucky. They're a big favorite and they let one of those teams hang around longer than they should. I could definitely see that.
And then they win though.
Little game. They do win. They do usually win those games, which is kind of think how that game's probably going to go. But you're right. South Carolina could definitely give them a scare late in the season, second to last week before they play Georgia Tech. But yeah, we're simpatico on Georgia. I like them as well. I actually think Gunnar Stockton's worth a look to win the Heisman Trophy too. Because of the favorable schedule, I think they'll win a lot of games. I mean, Pete, he was right in the middle of the race, middle of the season before he kind of tailed off a little bit towards the end. And some other guys ascended, certainly Mendoza being one of them, and ends up winning the award. But I think Stockton at like that 20-1 price is a pretty good buy on the Georgia quarterback. And he should be a factor again this year to win the award. You bring up Alabama, who's their toughest game on the schedule. They have a road trip to Tuscaloosa. Kirby has never beaten the Tide in the regular season, which is still crazy to think about. He's been at Georgia for 11 years. He'll try and end that streak this year. But Bama, again, their schedule on paper, not nearly as hard as it's been these last couple of years. They get Florida State again this year after losing to them week 1. They get the Seminoles at home, Auburn games at home, which is always just, as big of a difference as you can have. When it's a Jordan Hare, terrifying, and Bryant Denny usually.
By the way, two teams that didn't go to a bowl game last year. That's the Florida State game got so memory dumped so hard by the College Football Playoff Committee. But yes, go on.
That's a great point. Yeah. And then Georgia, they get it home. Tennessee will not be easy on the road. That hasn't been a tough game for them. That's been a tough game for them the last few trips there to Knoxville. A&M at home, LSU on the road. But overall schedule should be pretty favorable for the Tide. Their win total's also at 9.5. And for them to make the playoff, it is plus 150. We were talking a little bit about this off the air. So I am an Alabama grad. A couple of buddies of mine, still work for the team and they're around the area. They're on the message boards and they follow it a lot closer than I do. Pete, to me, it's simple. I think the two biggest question marks for them coming into the season are quarterback and offensive line. As you know, all the top teams right now in college football from a betting standpoint, like all the top favorites to win the national championship, they all have proven quarterbacks. We've all seen at least a year of college football from them, whether it's Sayan, Arch Manning, CJ Carr, Hoover, Dante Moore, go down the list. All these top teams, we've seen their quarterback play. Alabama's we haven't. Keelan Russell's a redshirt freshman. I think he ends up being the starter, but he's never played a snap. Austin Mack came in for Ty Simpson in the Rose Bowl when he got hurt, but he really hasn't played either. So that's really the big unknown for Alabama is they don't have a quarterback that we've really seen. And then the offensive line, they got to replace a big bulk of that offensive line. They lose 6 guys from last year's team to an O-line that wasn't great to begin with, but the defense is going to be awesome.
They were awful unforgivably
really
awful last season. Yes.
Really bad. Couldn't run the ball. Couldn't protect either. But yeah, do you agree? It really comes down to QB and O-line for Bama this year.
Lot to unpack there. First of all, there's a reason why, the betting markets are what they are because people bet on what they know. And so,
Sure.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of look at a Keelan Russell and be like, oh, yeah, Alabama's going to be good because it happens this way. We're going to see it in a few weeks when the AP and coaches polls come out. Everyone knows who Arch Manning is. Everyone knows who CJ Carr is. Everyone knows who Dante Moore is. Everyone's just going to assume Josh Hoover is going to be good. And so and Gunnar Stockton as well. So they're going to vote who the quarterback is. And so that's why you jack up those things. So if you are an investor, that's where you can kind of look at the price and see like, okay, well, maybe Keelan Russell's pretty good value here for various sorts of things. So you do have that. So everyone wants to dog the Kalen DeBoer era so far. So Nick Saban, when he took over at different circumstances, obviously, his first 2 years at Alabama, won 19 games. Next year, undefeated national championship. Gene Stallings won like 16 games his first 2 years. Year 3, undefeated national championship. Bear Bryant needed 3 years to get to 20 wins. The next year, undefeated national championship. Kalen DeBoer has 20 wins in his first 2 seasons, more than Saban had in his first 2. And by any reasonable or rational standards, if you talk to any random team, just take a team like, let's say, Minnesota or someone like, Tennessee even, and say, okay, you are going to win 11 games. You're going to beat your arch rival and keep them out of of a bowl game. You are going to go to the SEC championship, your conference championship. You're going to go in the college football playoff and win in Oklahoma, and you're going to go to the Rose Bowl, and you're going to lose to the team that's just on an obscene heater of an all-time run. Okay, this team wins the national championship. That's a great year. That's a heck of a year. But at Alabama, it's like, oh God, we lost they were still really good. And this team just, again, doesn't, I just mentioned before, how Georgia, okay, blah, 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 they don't have this talent, didn't have this, didn't have that, and still won the SEC championship and got there. Well, this is not talent-wise the Alabama of the Saban years. They do have to completely fix an offensive line that had talent and did nothing with the running game. And the defense has to be better. It looked like it was running in mud against Florida State. It looked like it didn't belong on the field against Georgia. They just need to have that moment like they had in the second half against Oklahoma, where it's like all of a sudden something flipped. You had the pick 6 at the end of late in the first half, and all of a sudden Alabama was like, oh yeah, we're Alabama. And that's the team that really you need to unearth under Kalen DeBoer, not the team that looked like it wanted to quit playing college football against Indiana. So there's a lot to work with here. I'm not as sold. I just don't see where all this high-end talent is there on Alabama like everyone else does. I think they go 9-3 against this schedule, even though they do miss an Oklahoma and a Texas and an Ole Miss.
Yeah, they do miss some of the big teams. I go back and forth between 9-3 or 10-2, and the reason being, Pete, and this was the thing I kept telling my friends when the Saban era was over. I said, yes, you're going to miss the national championships, the trip to Atlanta, the trip to the playoff every single year. But what was so big and part of his greatness that was underappreciated is he would always win the games he was supposed to win. If he was a double-digit favorite, you never sweat about those games. He never lost to Arkansas. He never lost to Mississippi State. He always won the games that he was supposed to win, and they normally win it by margin. And as they've seen with DeBoer in these first 2 years, he's already lost like 4 games as a double-digit favorite, right? He lost that game to Vandy, Florida State last year. He lost to Michigan in the bowl game. Like, he's lost some games that he had no business losing. And I think that's what's built a lot of the frustration. Then to your point, the way they finished the year, weren't competitive in that Georgia game or Indiana game. It's like as soon as they build momentum and they do a lot of great things, they turn around and they have a bad performance, and people just, it's that consistency under Saban that you'll never get again, that people just got to pump the brakes on DeBoer. But yeah, like you said with Bama and Georgia, I mean, you could always pencil them in every year for 4 or 5 first-round draft picks, 2 top 10 draft picks, and they just don't really have that high-end talent anymore. I think the Keelan Russell piece is interesting because of the potential upside of him. They do have 2 good running backs coming in this year, Crowell and A.K. Deere, that should be good. Ryan Williams, they're hoping can get back to what he was his freshman year. And then the defense, I'm so excited about. That secondary, they bring everybody back, and they should be really good on that side of the ball. But you're right. 9-3, 10-2. It feels like they're right there, just like it was last year. And it's all going to be about one of those rivalry games that they have to win. And if they do, they'll be in. And if they lose, they'll be out.
And I've seen it. When I worked with this college football playoff in Grapevine, Texas, there's a little box over in the corner under glass. It says, in case of emergency, because it's Alabama thing that they pull out of there. And it's like when they're stumped, they're like, we're gonna put them in. Why? Because it's Alabama. And so this is where they always get the benefit of the doubt, and they caught a whopper of a break last year. Why? Because all the college football playoff committee people saw the win over Georgia, but they didn't watch like Texas Tech and BYU throughout the season to know that those games were better. They forgot how close Notre Dame came to winning those games early in the season and how good Notre Dame turned into being. So because it's Alabama, they caught the big break last year and they beat Oklahoma. Look, it's the crazy part about it. Like I screamed and yelled. I can't remember which year it was with the Devontae Smith, the 2 of the Devontae Smith national championship play, but I was screaming and yelling, that team shouldn't have been in the college football playoff. And what does it do? Bam, bam, national championship. So get Bama in, and it does big things. And that's the frustrating thing about the DeBoer era so far is, again, they won 11 games last year. They were good. They do have talent. They are very good. It's still Alabama, but you just want to see more. You just want to see that just play at that high level, like you said. Don't lose to the Florida States. Do not lose to Vanderbilt. Don't be that team. And now in year 3 under DeBoer, he's got his $80-something million contract. Now he's locked in. They didn't go after Lane Kiffin for this gig. This is DeBoer's program now. Maybe everyone just sort of relaxes, and they're not going to be the favorite to win the SEC championship, and now they can be the hunter in all this. Let's see how they do in this role.
A lot of interesting teams this year that we're going to talk about in the SEC when we come back. Pete, Auburn, I'm a big fan of Byron Brown and Alex Golish. They got a very tough schedule. It's year 1, but I think they made the right hire. Lenore Sellers is back for South Carolina. Can he bounce back? And then you got Florida and Tennessee, obviously 2 proud programs, both having to replace their quarterbacks, and Florida bringing in John Summerall to take over. We'll talk about some of the other teams in the SEC and maybe some teams that are flying under the radar that Pete thinks could be a surprise, and maybe some teams that people think could be good in the SEC this year that Pete and I necessarily don't like as much. We'll talk about that when we come back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest challenges I faced this year. Now, I think the one thing people forget is, all those guys you just mentioned were rated 5 stars or 4 stars in the portal. Now, take you back, a year or 2 ago to recruiting those guys. Nobody wanted those guys out of high school, and nobody wanted Drew Messamaker. Nobody wanted Caleb Hawkins. He had one offer. And he was so thankful and grateful to have that opportunity. Same thing with Wyatt Young. He was a quarterback that we transitioned to wide receiver. And so I think not only them, but their families, they all have great support systems around them. And I think, when they really got into, the recruitment process out of the portal, they appreciated what we had done for them so far and how we developed them and molded them and put them, gave them an opportunity to go perform and have success on the field. And so I think that went a long way with us. Obviously, I brought all my staff with me, which is super unique this day and age. I think if you look at the transition of anybody going from G5 up to P4 this year, they didn't bring all their staff with them. And so I think, the loyalty, the players saw that and they respected that, these were the coaches that I wanted to reward for helping me, put what we put together at North Texas. And so now the very first team meeting, the whole North Texas crew was sitting on the front right, all of our, returners from Oklahoma State front left, and then everybody else, was mixed in. And I made everybody stand up and move, and they couldn't sit next to anybody they knew for the first semester that we were here during the team meeting. So I think it's been a challenge, but the one thing that's helped is the kids from North Texas, they know our culture, they know our expectations, our standards. But it has been important for me to embrace everybody together and say, hey, like, this is all about 26 Oklahoma State Cowboys. And when you look back at the last 2 years, I mean, just to think in your head, because they had so much success under Mike for so long here, and you really look back and think, hey, the last 20 games we played against FBS teams here, we've lost. And so that's still mind-blowing. So we got a lot to prove right now. There's a lot of work that we need to do to get this team ready to be firing on all cylinders here in a couple months when we drive over east to Tulsa.
Yeah, I think you can't measure it. I mean, I think in a world now that everybody's taking a transfer quarterback, that first year guy, and again we've been through that. To be able to have your freshman quarterback, a guy that you've recruited, a guy you believed in, and then the guy that you developed for a year, be able to be back for year two. I mean, he's got 4 more years of eligibility, 4 years with that new 5-for-5 rule. So he's got 4 more years left, and he's got a lot of good football ahead of him. I think the version of Mason that you saw last year was just kind of a touch of the surface. I mean, he didn't have a lot of reps in spring ball, didn't have a lot of reps in fall camp. Probably third, fourth. I don't even know where he was on the depth chart. I just know when we decided to make a change, we felt like he had the higher upside, and we went with him and made a good decision there.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Connor O'Gara going to join us in 15 minutes as we continue talking the SEC here on BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak with you. We've talked Texas, Georgia, LSU, Alabama. Time to dive into some of the other teams in the Southeastern Conference. Pete, give me your thoughts on Ole Miss this season. They make the playoff last year. Chambliss is granted that 6th year of eligibility. One of the Heisman favorites. Golding takes over as the head coach. A lot of excitement in Oxford. That offense should be really good yet again. They got Lacey, the running back, coming back too. But do you think they're just going to miss Kiffin too much? Do you think the defense lost too much? Where are you on Ole Miss heading into the season?
Yeah, this is one of those where I'm not buying mainly because of brand name, and I know this is not how I'm supposed to do this. They were a very good team. Obviously, you get to the college football playoff Final Four last year and come really close to doing really giant things that they should have. I should like them more than I do. I do think the Kiffin factor matters a little bit, but as you and I keep talking about, look at the schedules. And, the problem is they got to go to Florida. Florida's way better this year. They got to go to Texas. That's a problem. They got to go to Oklahoma. That's a problem. They got to deal with LSU. They got to deal with Georgia. I mean, so there's just enough landmines where, again, they can be really good and be 9-3 and 8-4, and then they're going to some random bowl game and everyone, quits and goes to, opts out to do other things. So I don't think this is a 10-2 team. I like Chambliss. I don't know why I'm not completely and totally on board with him. He's a great player, dynamic. He certainly was one of the stars of the college football playoff. I just sort of think that in the system that they have, it's still going to work. It's still going to be okay. But Kiffin was just that kind of special coach. And obviously they did a great job in the playoff without him. I think this year they're not having him is going to be a problem, even though I do think they're going to beat Mr. Kiffin when LSU comes to town to start the SEC season.
Pete, don't sleep on that Louisville game in week 1 in Nashville. That game has Jeff Brom's special written all over it. We know he loves to upset top 25, top 10 teams. He did it against Miami last year. I look at that week 1 game, and if I'm an Ole Miss fan, that would scare me because Louisville, they're a team I'm high on this year. There was a crazy stat that I saw with them. They've lost 8 games in the last 2 years. 7 of those games have been decided by 7 points or less. They play everybody close. Like they rarely get blown out. They'll always be well coached, have a good offense, and Brom's always got a knack for playing up to the level of competition. So you brought up the SEC schedule, and rightfully so. I just caution people to just think that Louisville is going to be a toss away like that. That game too, would not shock me in the slightest if Ole Miss got upset.
Yeah, but coffee's for closers only. I mean, like they lose games, but they're not losing to all the superstar programs. I mean, they lose to Clemson last year, but Clemson wasn't that great. They lose at home to Cal, that wasn't that great. I mean, they got rocked by SMU, and so you have to, especially in the ACC, which is just an okay conference. You're right. They win their share of games, and then what do they do? In a couple years ago, I think they lost at Stanford, which was an awful team. So it's a dangerous game, and week 1 is always that moment where you never quite know because you don't have the preseason games like you do in the NFL. You don't have the build-up time. So this is it right out of the gate. If you're gonna catch someone napping, you do it in week 1, and Louisville's gonna be good. Their quarterback situation has to be good enough. They don't have the star power there this year, the veteran quarterback in place, but they do have talent everywhere else, and Ole Miss is going to be the team that everyone's going to love coming into this. So I would not be shocked though if this is an upset game for the Cardinals.
Pete, who is going to be last year's Vandy team in the SEC this year if you had to make a pick? I think a lot of people would probably lean South Carolina because of the upside of Sellers. If you can get him to return to that form from 2 years ago, I kind of think Auburn could be that team. The schedule is really tough, but Golish and Brown together for yet again another year, I think could give some teams in the league fits. Is there somebody you identify in kind of that bottom half of the SEC that you think could maybe surprise this year?
Yeah, by the way, when you say who's going to be this year's Vandy, you mean who is overrated because they didn't beat anybody? I'm still not buying into Vanderbilt. I know Pavia was awesome. Vanderbilt's Vanderbilt. It's a 10-win season at Vanderbilt, huge, absolutely amazing. No question about it. They didn't beat anybody. I mean, they lost to Texas. That was their one big shot. They lost to Alabama. They got roasted by Alabama. And what did they beat? A bad Auburn team. They housed the meh Tennessee. They didn't beat Georgia. They didn't beat Texas A&M. They didn't beat Ole Miss. They kind of missed all the big teams this year. So with that said, I like South Carolina to bounce back pretty quickly. Sellers is an NFL talent. Because South Carolina struggled so badly last year, the bloom kind of came off that rose in terms of him being the superstar NFL talent. The tools are all there. I mean, he didn't stop being this great prospect. The team was just bad. Their lines were bad. And it was so weird how this team just never got it's you don't want to put too much into one thing and kind of extrapolate from it, but man, Brett Bielema in the bowl game the year before just took their mojo, and they just never had it last year. It seemed like they just didn't have that same confidence from jump, and they couldn't get their offense going. Sellers is still good. They did fix a bunch of glitches through the transfer portal, and they do miss LSU. They miss Texas. They miss Ole Miss. So this is a team, they're not going to win the SEC by any means or anything like this, but this could be a pretty good bounce back 8-4 team.
Certainly could be, and you're right. I mean, it is about Sellers. It's a big year for Beamer too. After it looked like he was getting that thing rolling, tough year last year for the Gamecocks with a lot of expectation. Them in Auburn, I'm intrigued by. I kind of think Mississippi State could be a fun little team this year too. They were a great bet against the spread last season. Levy's in year 3. They got the toughest schedule in the league, which hurts them. But I think Kamario Taylor's a heck of an athlete. He's a fun quarterback. And again, Mississippi State played a lot of people close last year. They didn't have the record to show for it. That's the next step, is they got to find a way to win some of those games. But man, they were right there with Texas. They were right there with Florida. I look at their schedule in some of these games, and in the SEC where it's every week, you're getting up for big team after big team. You wonder if there'll be some games where maybe Mississippi State can catch some of these teams on their off night. So again, like you with South Carolina, I don't think they're winning the SEC. I don't think they're winning double-digit games. But for a team whose win total is like 4.5, I think there's a case where maybe they could win 7, maybe even 8 games potentially for Mississippi State. I think they could be a fun watch this year, so I would keep an eye out on them. On the flip side, Pete, real quick, we got about like 40 seconds left. I'm down on A&M this year. I'm not a Marcel Reed fan. He's a tremendous athlete, but very inconsistent as a passer. When they played up in competition last year, they lost to those teams. I think Elko's a good coach, but their schedule's really tough. And I'm just not high on Marcel Reed. So I'm down on A&M. In about 20, 30 seconds, which team would you be down on in the SEC?
Mississippi State. That's going to be a fun team. I mean, Their offense is awesome, but Minnesota's really good. Drake Lindsey's an NFL quarterback, and they got to go to Minnesota, at South Carolina, Alabama, at LSU, Oklahoma, at Texas, at Ole Miss. They ain't winning any of those. So I kind of not high on the 4.5 over here.
And that's the beauty of sports talk radio. You get guys with different opinions on either side. Absolutely love it. We'll get the opinion of Connor O'Gara. He joins us next.
I think the widest range of probabilities for the Giants is somewhere in that 6 to 8 win range, especially if Neighbors is healthy. I don't want to make a whole season about one guy, or more specifically, one guy's knee, but there you have it. The linchpin for the Giants this year is Malik Neighbors and that right knee. And I think it's a huge positive that he's going to be ready to go from the start of training camp. Not that you want him out there going 110% during every rep early in training camp. But the more time Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors spend together on the field, the better for the Giants' future.
Yeah, what's so cool for me and unique for me is this kid didn't play football in high school, and so just to see him get an opportunity and to see him grow right now, he's only started 15 games in his career at quarterback, and that includes high school. There's so much potential and growth, and I'm so excited because he's gotten so much better over the course of these last 7 or 8 months in our spring football and all the summer stuff that we're doing. And so, just super proud to watch, kind of the maturity that's happened in the last 3 years. He shows up 3 years ago, non-scholarship, didn't play in high school, just looking for a chance as our fifth string guy. And he's kind of just put his head down and he's worked. Now, he's really, really technically sound and he's super accurate with the football. Has the size, has the mental capability to process information real fast. And so I told my wife the other night, joking around, I was like, we need Drew to play good. We don't need him to play that good that we lose him after a year to be. But I think everybody's going to be happy if a year from now, he's being considered as a guy that's going to go in the first round. So just fun for me as a coach to see a kid like that get rewarded and for his toughness, his grit, and just staying true to it. Most kids would have quit if they didn't start in high school and not even want to pursue the game anymore.
Having relationships with our players. I think relationships and the culture you have in your program is number one. And Mason didn't want to go anywhere. He had no intentions of going anywhere. But someone dangles that carrot in front of you and makes kids and families and agents start to go, wait a second, let's look at this. This is maybe some game changing things here that we got to talk about. But I think when you treat your guys right, and they're happy where they are. You can't buy happiness. You know that. You can spend all the money you want on happiness. You can't buy it. It's something that that happens with the right people, and I think we have the right people in Pitt.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM.
All right, you're all going hot.
On Westwood One Sports.
PJ Glasser, Pete Futak with you. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports filling in for Brad and Pat here on a Friday night. Still 3 hours left to go, and we got a full slate of Major League Baseball going on. We'll update you on some scores. Obviously getting towards the time of the year. We got the trade deadline about 10 days. A lot of pivotal games around Major League Baseball. Orioles up 2-0 on the Braves. Cubs and Pirates tied up at 1. Nats and D-backs in a massive series. That game is tied up at 2. Yankees up 1-0 on the Phillies in the 5th inning. Marlins up 1-0 on the Padres. Red Sox 1-0 over the Blue Jays. And the White Sox are up 2-0 on the Astros. That's what we got going on.
Are we bearing the
Baseball.
lead here? Do we have winners on our staff tonight? We have winners in the house?
Our
Someone who's
guy
about to win big?
Brandon Combs, Pete, our fantastic producer, he has 100-1 ticket on Pete Armstrong to hit 2 home runs tonight. Pete Crow Armstrong. And he just hit a solo home run. So he's guaranteed to get one more at bat. We're rooting for PCA to go yard again.
Is This is the Seinfeld episode, right? Where it's like the Paul O'Neill's going to hit 2 home runs and like, no, it's a triple and an error. It's not, that doesn't count, Bobby.
That's what Brandon would probably, with his luck, I'm sure will end up happening. But we're hoping for a second home run for PCA. So we're keeping an eye.
No, we're not,
on
because then we're
that.
going to lose Brandon for the rest of the night. He's going to go off and live the life in Rio or something. He's going to ditch us and just say, so long, suckers. I'm out of here.
Yeah, that's a fair point too. But yeah, we got that going on. I did not bet anything in baseball tonight. I also did not bet anything on the Philadelphia 76ers after they acquired LeBron James today in free agency. We have gotten 3 texts though from people watching.
Does America
the show.
love us or hate us?
I think they're loving us, but they're really loving LeBron going to Philadelphia, especially the people that are living in Philly. Text,
okay.
Send us a text or give us a call, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Let us know your thoughts on the LeBron situation. And we got 3 texts, Pete, as I mentioned, 949 number saying Sixers Nation hyped as hell to see LeBron come to Philly to win an NBA championship. Then we got another one from a 628 number. King James made the best hoop decision to win a title with the Sixers. And then from an 850 number, what's going to happen with Bronny with Daddy? LeBron gone to Philly. Darlene from Pensacola. I'm enjoying listening to Westwood One. So thank you, Darlene, for sending in a text.
Thanks,
appreciate
Darlene.
it. Pete, it looks like all positive vibes so far. Everybody's
wow.
buying
I was
in.
waiting for us to get. I was waiting for us to get hammered for not suggesting that they were going to go 82-0 and win the World Cup and the Super Bowl and everything else here with this. But it's fun. Like again, if it's your team and all of a sudden you're already pretty good and you get LeBron James, it's just it's even if you don't like LeBron, even if you think he's overrated, even if it's a good piece of the puzzle to your team. Again, as we mentioned before, for the first hour, he doesn't have to be the guy. I mean, if you're saying, okay, yeah, he's going to be 42 during the season. He's too old. He can't really play defense anymore. And, he kind of turns it on and off. But, like, who cares? The guy's still really good at this. He can still put up ridiculous offensive overall numbers. And you just added him to an already good mix on top of, I guess, again, Jaylen Brown is the guy you're really excited about. And then you get LeBron James as kind of a throw-in for a pittance. I mean, they paid nothing for this guy. So, like, yeah, if you're a Philadelphia 76ers, even if it doesn't work out at the moment, you're like, great, let's go.
I mean, today feels like winning a playoff series if you're a Sixers fan, outside of winning a championship. Like, it probably doesn't get much better than this. That feeling of like, you get the notification, you want to call everybody that you don't know what to do with yourself. You're just in this state of euphoria. It's pretty awesome as a fan when stuff happens like this to your team. And I can only
because
imagine
you're gonna have fun. Mm-hmm. It's fun. Look, I mean, and this is the thing, like we're talking about, obviously if you're, listening to us and we're talking here, you're obviously gigantic sports fan, crazy like this. The thing, I keep trying to tell everyone this in the college football world who's like, oh, these fans are so crazy and all this crazy. Like, well, 93% of the fans in that 100,000 seat stadium are just there to have fun on a Saturday afternoon. They're not busting down the left tackle situation. They're not, obsessed about it. They'll wear the gear all the time, but it's an entertainment product. You want to have fun with this. And so if you're a 76ers fan, like, yes, we can break down. It's a good move, bad move, blah, blah, blah. What do you care if you're a 76ers fan? You got LeBron James. You're like, you're going to have fun for 82 games. I talk like old guy here, when I first moved to Chicago, like, we watched Michael Jordan every night. That's fun. It's fun to have an everyday thing to have during a long, season. And if you're a Philadelphia 76ers fan, no matter what, you're going to have LeBron James on 82, well, actually probably 76 nights a year. But you're going to have him on all these nights. All of a sudden, you've got a fun entertainment product even more so than you had before.
I was on Twitter today and I was scrolling through, and one of the Eagles beat reporters, Elliot Shore Parks, had tweeted out a video that, I don't think Philly fans understand the magnitude of this move to the point where the Sixers could be a bigger deal in the city this year than the Eagles potentially.
No,
Which
stop.
I don't agree with,
Stop.
but it's crazy that he would put that out there. But again, like you make a move like this, because I would always think the pecking order in Philly is Eagles 1, Phillies 2, Sixers 3, Flyers 4. That's probably how most people would have it. I can't see anything overtaking the Eagles, but just the fact that somebody like that would say something and what a move like this does to the city, I think to your point just speaks volume of it's fun, it's LeBron, you're getting an all-time great. This move realistically makes you feel like you have a shot of winning the East and potentially winning a title. So it's just, I think a lot of people are just excited because of, it's like the Eagles are always one and you're super excited for football season, but now all of a sudden you're going to get basketball to overlap with that. And people are very thrilled in Philly.
Yeah, I guess okay, that's good. Well, you missed last night's show. It was Jalen Hurts sucks and he should be cut just like Carson Wentz and they should move on because he wasn't awesome last year thing, which I tried to temper that down. Okay, but it's true. I mean, but there is nothing like. I mean, having a good baseball team week in and week out's fine, or day in and day out's fine. But like baseball is just kind of not baseball. Like you've got superstars when you're talking the NBA. Is you got a fun product in your team, and if you got a great NBA team, they usually win. So you've got that going for you, and it's just a fun watch, and it's great. Yeah, of course. So in terms of like the longevity of it, yeah, I guess the star power of having of an Embiid and a Jalen Brown and a LeBron James. Of course, it's now jacked up to where it becomes like a national thing now. If they become awesome and they become a traveling road show where every night's going to be, no matter where they're playing, the Sixers are coming to town. This is the team to watch. All right, that's a whole other story. Then it becomes as bigger than the Eagles. But at the moment, when you got a team that's a year removed from winning the Super Bowl and he just had a down year, probably going to bump it back up again. All right, fine. Everyone was tired last year. Now you get Barkley. He's going to roll again. Now if they get better receiver play and they lose AJ Brown, they'll be fine. Then all of a sudden, the Eagles will be fine again.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting. I was like, really? The Sixers might be bigger than the Eagles? I can't see that, but clearly people are very excited.
Media types. Everyone's got a take on the Twitter machine. It's
clearly people are excited. You and I are in the same line of thinking though. Philly definitely a contender to win the Eastern Conference. NBA Finals though, I get on paper, again, the starting lineup looks great, but San Antonio, that was year one with Wemby. That was year one.
And they're all like
playoffs.
14 years old.
This
is going to be
they're going to be
the
so
next
good.
15 years of our lives. We're going to be dealing with OKC and the Spurs. This is like
OKC.
This ain't going away.
Yeah. They had all those injuries last year. Now they get Mara from Michigan to add to that. I just like I think those two teams are clearly the
I forgot
teams
about that. They're so big. Yeah.
Yeah. They're those two teams. I still think you're winners coming out of one of those two. But again, Philly in the East, even though the depth in the Eastern Conference very good, the Knicks are favored and rightfully so. They're the champs. It does feel like their run though was maybe a little flash in the panty because of just the historic run that they went on, how hot they were offensively. The chemistry's there. They got great players. There's no doubt. And the pressure is off them. I mean, they're going to play this entire year at MSG. The fans are going to be so excited. It's going to be a coronation. Anything they do this year is just an added bonus. They won their championship, and they'll kind of get a couple of years of that. But, yeah, man. Those Sixers game will be fun.
Again, how does Jalen Brunson survive? I mean, I know he kind of plays the dead guy act all the time, like, oh, catastrophic injury, he's being wheeled off the court, and then he comes in and scores 30 in the last 5 minutes, but like again, it's kind of crazy to speculate on, okay, like you said, you're framing this the right way, where it's like, can they win the East? Yeah, if everyone's healthy. But again, as we've seen year after year, the catastrophic injury factor when it comes to playoffs, even like missing a Jalen Williams for OKC last year, that mattered. You lose, players who just don't have, or just banged up by that point. Again, it's hard to speculate who's going to get hurt, who's going to survive, who's going to get through all this. So again, can they get there? Yeah, absolutely. And they just get into this tournament healthy and just hope you get a little bit of luck in that way.
No question. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. Connor O'Gara going to join us on the other side. We're going to get back to talking SEC football with Connor, PJ, and Pete here on Friday night. BetMGM tonight.
LeBron James is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers, a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. Clutch Sports Group and Clutch CEO and Game Over show host Rich Paul telling ESPN. This, according to Shams Charania, exactly 42 seconds ago. Woo! Didn't think we'd get that today. I told you this makes the most sense. I said right before I went out on vacation, I told you guys, this makes the most sense. If LeBron wants to really take a run at a title, he will take much less money and he will go to Philadelphia and become a part of what is with a healthy, and I know that's a massive caveat, but with a healthy Joel Embiid, that is a championship roster. Unbelievable. So there's the breaking news for you right now. LeBron James, according to Shams Charania and ESPN, signing with the Sixers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. You now have Embiid, LeBron, Jaylen Brown, VJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey. That is your starting five. That is the best team in the East. When we just talk starting fives, that is the best team in the East. And LeBron knew this the entire time. When we sat down a couple weeks ago and broke down, you remember when we went into the detailed breakdown of the Shams Charania whiteboard? Everyone knew that made the most sense. I wasn't going out on a limb telling you that made the most sense. Going to Golden State, pipe dream that was just for comfort's sake. Going back to Cleveland or even going back to Miami, maybe if all went well, you'd max out, you'd top out in an Eastern Conference Finals appearance. And, we'd have the great storybook ending. But, you got it from LeBron. Is it Fanatics Fest last week? Or maybe a couple weeks ago. Again, I was on vacation, so I was not getting every piece of information that was coming through. I wasn't on Wi-Fi all the time, and it was beautiful. But LeBron talked about playing his last year or two and was very clear that this might not be a 1-year deal wherever he ended up. Well, now we know it's a 2-year deal. Yeah, it's got the option on there. But LeBron wants to chase a title. Cement the legacy by walking off with the Larry O'Brien one final time. So, props to LeBron for making the right choice. I always had doubt in the back of my mind that he wouldn't choose the path of least resistance, that he wouldn't go Cleveland or Miami, because in Miami, he gets to basically be in charge, right? Pat Riley's going to let him do whatever he wants. Spoelstra's not going to put up too much of a fight. And in Cleveland, it would have just been a sideshow. Maybe not always in a bad way, but it would have been the retirement tour. And clearly LeBron James is telling us with this decision that it's not about going around the 30 NBA cities and collecting rocking chairs and getting the video farewells on the Jumbotron. before the game. It's about winning. So credit to him for making this decision. Again, I don't think he had to go way out on a limb to make this decision. It was the one that made the most sense the whole time.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
PJ Glasser, Pete Butak here with you on BetMGM tonight. Connor O'Gara going to join us here in just a little bit to continue talking SEC. We got the big news, of course, LeBron James today going to the Philadelphia 76ers. Pete, has there ever been like a trade or a free agency or a coach going to like a new school or a new anything, like any piece of news that just comes to mind for you is like the most shocking when you saw it? Is there anything that like immediately comes to mind?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, I mean, Bill Belichick going to North Carolina was pretty big. I mean, in terms of like, wow, that guy's going there. But to your point, like LeBron going to Philadelphia, that was not on the list. Again, you asked before, like that was when you saw that come across the thing. It was like, wait a minute, really? The Philadelphia, and then you see it now as we're talking about, like, okay, I guess that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, that's about as big as it is. I mean, obviously, the all-timer is Jordan going to play baseball was probably about as big as it gets. But yeah, no, this was a pretty, because again, this is not just him going off to find something to do. I mean, he's still a real player going to a real team, and he can actually make a big difference here going to the 76ers.
No doubt about it. Mine, off the top of my head, would be when Andrew Luck announced his retirement. He was on the sideline for that preseason game, and we got that notification. Yeah. I was like, wow, that was a crazy one. But we got the LeBron news today, and we had SEC Media Days wrap up yesterday. And to talk some SEC, we welcome on Connor O'Gara, host of the OG Kickoff. He's also a Heisman voter. Give Connor a follow on X at CJ O'Gara. Connor, we really appreciate the time, man. And let's start with Texas, because we're doing this again with Arch and the Longhorns, where they're the preseason favorite to win the SEC. They're one of the betting favorites to win the national championship. Do you feel like this year, though, Sark, Arch, Texas, they do live up to the hype? And do you think they win the SEC? Do you think they end up being one of the best teams in the country?
I picked them to win the SEC. Now, whether or not this ends up being the year that Sark is hoping for, I think that'll be determined by maybe what happens in the playoff. But Texas is really the only team I look at and I say, if they don't make it to a national championship, that is wildly disappointing. Everybody else, I can kind of justify. Maybe you can make the case that Oregon would be another one of those teams. I picked Oregon to win a national championship, but I think if Texas wins the SEC and then gets eliminated early in the playoff, which feels like something that could happen, then how would people interpret that? And what if Arch Manning doesn't get to New York? And we look back on this, and it feels like this opportunity wasted when Steve Sarkisian has everything he's wanted. I mean, let's remember that Arch Manning committed to a program that was 5-7. All right, they were coming off a 5-7 year at Texas, and he ends up being able to stick with Texas throughout this whole process. You get him for that second year. There's so much riding on this year for Sark, and we're going to look back on this 3 or 4 years from now and go, all right, that's when either he became a championship winning coach or it was the beginning of the end for him.
It's kind of crazy is we all forget, and I don't know if you even remember, but like Tennessee didn't win anything under Peyton Manning. They had the 4 straight losses to Steve Spurrier and Florida, and that was Danny Werfel era. Eli didn't exactly light up because Ole Miss wasn't all that great, and yet they went on to have these amazing, incredible Hall of Fame careers. Should be a Hall of Fame career for Eli, but and so yeah, the pressure's on Arch that you've got this guy who is amazing one-on-one. So, Connor, the first major question though for you, because we haven't talked about this since, was it your phone that went off that John Sumrall yelled at? Was it your alarm on your phone that went off there?
Thank goodness it wasn't. So it was actually a photographer's computer that went off. And when this moment happened, it was so loud. Oh my God. I don't know what kind of volume he had his computer at, but it was really loud. And John Sumrall very much eased the tension. And what he said about throwing the freaking podium, kick you out of practice, it got a laugh because it eased the tension. And it's one of those things that from the outside world, it looked totally different. I saw the clip and then I saw the outrage over it, and I was like, wait a minute, what? That was totally different than how it felt in that room. It didn't feel like he was doing some fake tough guy thing or something like that. It felt like it was very much, I'm reading the room, and it got a really good laugh. So no, I actually asked John Sumrall the question that got a laugh out of him later, because he had said earlier that he didn't want to whine and complain about being an SEC head coach when asked about the difficulty of the 9-game conference schedule. And I said, well, what was the last thing you did whine or complain about? And, of course, that comes back to his 4 kids and whatnot. But, yeah, look, it was one of those moments that was, wildly different in how it was interpreted based on if you were in the room or outside of it.
Yeah, it shows you how broken Twitter is, that the automatic reaction was this guy is the worst, history's greatest monster. Look at him being this jerky head coach and everything. It's because I saw it and I speak head coach. I'm I think if he's not that, I don't know him at all, but I know of him enough to be that's kind of how coaches joke in a room like that, because you can't be that guy who's a jerk. Otherwise, you're just going to get destroyed. You don't get to a position like that as the Florida head coach without having to have some sort of personal sense of humor. So when you were down there, did any of these new coaches impress you at all? Because to me, Sumrall's the best of the head coaching hires in the SEC this year. The rest of them, I don't get. I thought it was a completely underwhelming cycle of coaching carousel for the SEC outside of Sumrall, who in 4 years has 3 conference championships and lost another. You could justify him and see him as the next guy up. I don't get Ryan Silverfield. I don't get Will Stein. I don't get any of the other new coaches. Did anybody impress you there other than Sumrall?
Oh, I get Will Stein. I get Alex Golesh. All right, so Will Stein grew up a Kentucky fan. Ends up going to Louisville only because Kentucky didn't recruit him the way that he wanted to, and has been awesome with total autonomy on that side of the ball at Oregon. Has worked with 3 different quarterbacks. He's a vibe changer. He is a 36-year-old head coach who might have some difficulty with some of those early, I'm figuring out how to be a head coach sort of elements of the job. But, he's been really, really good recruiting so far, and he was impressive at SEC Media Days. The comment that made the rounds was a question that Adam Luck had asked him about, why did you take this job? Knowing the historical hurdles that are facing you, why do you think you could succeed? And he says, because of me, honestly, because of me. And it's a great quote that we'll play the results with. But Will Stein went over a lot of people that day. And I do think Alex Golesh, if you don't know, kind of his background, taking over a USF program that, we think, oh, yeah, USF, they've had some fun moments. They're 4-29 in the 3 years before he got there, and he had nothing but winning seasons. Byron Brown was awesome last year. It was 3,000-yard passer, 1,000-yard rusher. And this is someone with a very unique background that I've just grown to respect. I've had him on my show a couple of different times when he was at USF. Came to the U.S. from Moscow. He's a first-generation American that fell in love with college football watching on a cable-less TV in Brooklyn, New York, while dad's a truck driver and working at Little Caesars. Alex Golesh is a grinder, and he has gotten to this place 20 years after he got into this business with Jim Tressel by being a grinder. So I loved those hires. I don't know that they're all of a sudden going to get him to national championship levels, but I do think they're winning over a lot of people in year one.
We're talking with Connor O'Gara here on BetMGM tonight, host of the OG Kickoff, Heisman voter. Give Connor a follow on X at CJ O'Gara. Lane Kiffin and LSU, Connor, right? They're definitely one of the big storylines heading into the season. Pete's really bullish on the Tigers, especially from a talent standpoint. The schedule's really hard, but really all their toughest games are at home this year in Baton Rouge. So it feels like LSU's got a lot going for them this season. Where are you on the Tigers? And ultimately, what do you think will determine whether or not they make or miss the playoff this season?
I can't be all in with them with the Sam Levitt, Liz Frank injury just hovering over that program. He didn't get spring. And don't give me this crap about the mental reps and all that stuff. It doesn't matter. I need to see what it looks like with him and whether or not he has his full mobility. That's a big part of his game. And yes, he's in a favorable spot in that offense, knowing that Charlie Weiss Jr. is the OC and knowing that it's Lane Kiffin at the controls. Like, I get all that, but I kind of need to see what that looks like because he's not a finished product yet. And I think you saw moments of that last year in 2024 post Cam Scadaboo at Arizona State that made you think he still has some ways to go. But, what's LSU going to look like in the trenches? Because this is a team that on the offensive line just was pushed around last year. Like, can they get back to having that really good running game that once upon a time was just a given at a place like LSU? And defensively, Blake Baker, you're able to keep him from taking the Tulane job. That's all well and good, but man, I don't know about some of these guys up front if they're going to be able to stop the run. So, like, LSU is a schedule that's not very forgiving. I have them at 9-3, just on the outside looking in at the college football playoff. And Lane Kiffin has not dealt consistently, or at least not dealt consistently well, with having high expectations. Like, he's never had a team that started and finished in the top 10 of the AP poll, and I don't know if this is going to become his first.
All right, so Connor's, for everyone, he's an Indiana grad in an SEC world now. You, having been there last week through all the SEC stuff, and with the Big Ten media days rolling into Chicago this week, the sense I got from the outside was the SEC was doing everything it could to pump itself up and be like, everything's fine, we're still awesome, we care about this more, we're the SEC, we're the best. But man, it just doesn't feel like it. Were they a little bit? I mean, a couple of years ago, yeah, the SEC ruled the roost and everything when it came to media days, and now it just doesn't quite seem like. Is it just because they don't quite have the Saban star power across the board, or like, how did it feel being on the ground there compared to the reality of what their situation is?
It felt like I was at 2010's Big Ten media days. Like the 2018 Big Ten media days is what it felt like. And if you recall, I remember I went to both SEC and Big Ten media days back to back that year. And I went to SEC media days, and there's this bravado. Won a national championship, had two of your teams in the national championship game last year. And they're like, man, look at the SEC, 2018, we're ready to take on the world. And then I go to the Big Ten media days, and the Big Ten is like, throwing jabs at the SEC over the fact that the SEC doesn't play a 9-game conference schedule, and the Big Ten believes it has better depth. It's just role reversal, guys. Like, that's just exactly, the roles have totally reversed. And instead, you hear of the SEC complaining about the 9-game conference schedule that it just implemented on its own, and how it's not going to get, it's worried it's not going to get the benefit of the doubt of those 9-3 teams, when the SEC has had 3 consecutive years of not winning a national championship, not even playing in a national championship. And I remember thinking in 2018, like, guys, you realize, like, or maybe it was 2019 I had this thought, like, the Big Ten had 3 consecutive years in which its conference champ got left out of the 14 playoff. And I was like, that sucks. Don't tell me about your depth. People don't care about that. People care about titles, man. And that's what the deal is in the SEC. And I went on the SEC network, and I went on Feinbaum the other day, and I said that very thing of like, man, don't give me this crap about how your 5th best team is better than this other conference's 5th best team. Like, we care about titles, and until you actually until you actually have this title run resurface, nobody wants to hear about how great you are.
2-7 against Power 4 teams in the last 3 college football playoffs, and both of them are from Texas. So it's just an interesting time. This will flip back. Anyway, go ahead, PJ. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask, Connor, how many SEC teams do you think are capable of winning a national title this year?
I think that number is probably about 4. I think it's about 4 because, I do think that there is a logjam. Like, I think we're going to see some variance within the conference. Like, I have Texas losing Red River to Oklahoma, a team that was just picked to finish, 7th in the conference. And I think Oklahoma on its best day, people are going to be like, oh my God, maybe they're capable of winning a national championship. But I think, ironically enough, they're going to be this year's version of Texas and go 9-3, lose one of those games that is just inexplicable that they shouldn't, to like Camario Taylor, Mississippi State or something like that. So I think it's more like 4. And I don't actually think one of the teams getting to the playoff is one of them. Like, I think Alabama's going to get to the playoff at 10-2, but I don't think they're one of those teams. Like, I actually think that Oklahoma would have a better chance of being able to do so if it could make the field, but it's going to have too many losses. So then I would add a team like Ole Miss to that, and I would say Georgia and Texas. Like, I have Ole Miss getting to the SEC championship, and a lot of people are writing them off because they don't have Lane Kiffin and Charlie West Jr. anymore. But they still have the best quarterback returning in college football in Trinidad Chambliss, and it's still a really good core from a group that was 20 seconds away from playing for a national championship last year. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt as well. But yeah, I would put the list at about 4.
Basically, if you take everything you just said and replace that with Penn State, that was me last year thinking, well, Penn State was this close to getting to the national championship, and this is the team coming back this year, and sad trombone, just bad flashbacks for me there. But so when it comes to the big games coming up, like you said, these things kind of go in cycles, and all it takes is one SEC team to break through, and like certainly at Georgia, if it wins a national championship, all of a sudden the narrative changes. How massive are these 2 early games? You got Oklahoma, Michigan, Ohio State, Texas. These kind of have to be must wins because Oklahoma's better than Michigan. Texas gets Ohio State at home. The conference kind of needs these 2.
I agree. I think it's paramount, and I think people kind of dismiss what Oklahoma did to Michigan last year, especially now knowing like what Sharon Moore was doing in his free time. But it was Bryce Underwood's first true road start, and a lot of people are like, hey, he wasn't going to succeed against a really good Brent Venables defense like that in Norman. So you kind of just go, that you write that one off a little bit. But you're right. I mean, that was such a huge game for public perception last year between Texas and Ohio State. And if Texas doesn't get revenge this year, I think that's going to loom for the SEC. Like, I really do. And especially considering this, guys, like, I think Ohio State definitely has multiple losses in the regular season. Like, I actually did the thing where I predicted Ohio State to miss the playoff at 9-3 because I think they have the toughest schedule in college football. I really do. Like, I think it is an absolute gauntlet, despite what any SEC head coach will tell you. And I do think that game is going to be monumental, and it could very well decide a playoff berth. Like, we could end up talking about those 2 teams combining for 4 or 5 losses, and they're going to be likely preseason top 3 teams. So, yeah, it's going to be really, really important. If Oklahoma goes up to Michigan and wins that game again, I would be really, really impressed because I have Michigan getting to the college football playoff this year. I think they're going to take a big step with Kyle Whittingham. I loved what they did in the trenches, and I'm a believer in what they did to bring over Jay Hill from BYU, the defensive coordinator there. So, yeah, like I do think those 2 games are huge for those conference dynamics, and they could have a huge say in whether or not a 9-3 type team finally breaks through and gets the benefit of the doubt from the selection committee.
By the way, anybody listening out there, all you Ohio State fans, that's Connor saying that, not me. So all your ire and craziness and anger, that goes over to him. I'm the believer. I'm thinking this is the greatest offense possibly that college football's ever seen. It's almost unfairly talented. I'm a believer. Gauntlet, schmauntlet, they're ripping through this thing, except maybe Indiana. But anyway, that's all for Connor. But no, I'm with you. I mean, this is going to be crazy because, again, if you're not like everyone also forgets because it got lost in the fog of things like, oh, Arch Manning sucks from the start last year because he was going against that Ohio State defense. It was the best in the country. They had the ball. They were driving with a chance to tie or potentially win the game late, and Ohio State's defense came through. Like, this is going to be this moment where we see, how much has Arch been able to advance in a year because the offense is unstoppable. I mean, it really is insanely talented for Ohio State. The defense is missing guys. So this is going to be Arch Manning's big potential moment here. And like you kind of alluded to before, this is Texas' big moment for this year, considering what they have to play coming up after this.
I do worry with Ohio State about Arthur Smith, and I know the Matt Patricia thing worked out better than anybody could have possibly imagined, even if you had given Ryan Day truth serum. Like, there's no way he thought that defense would be as statistically as good as it was. But I do have some questions about the Arthur Smith thing and how Julian Sain's going to roll with that, because Carnell Tate was so unfair to pair opposite of Jeremiah Smith, and not having that guy anymore. Like, I don't want to discount that and how that could potentially put more pressure on Julian Sain, a guy who, like, when he was pressured in those games against Indiana and Miami, like, it wasn't that different than what we saw from Marcel Reed, who's just getting dogged by everybody, of course, right now going into the season. But yeah, I think that that's going to be fascinating, and whether or not Arch is able to succeed against that defense is probably going to form a lot of narratives. I mean, that is what we do. There's no excuses for that Texas offense, especially after they add Cam Coleman, they add Raleek Brown, Hollywood Smothers, they get him to flip from Bama in the portal, like more experienced offensive line. Everything is sitting there on a tee for Arch Manning, and if you can't take advantage of that opportunity on the 40 acres, you're going to hear about that from a couple people.
Yeah, Chris
Connor,
Henry Jr., just that's the name to remember for Ohio
Yes.
State. Got another one. That guy is going to be a thing, but I can't wait to watch Arch in this. I want to see what this guy does because, man, if you're going to get Ohio State's defense, this will be the year. Go ahead, Pete.
That week 2 game might be the game of the year in college football. Connor, I'm with you. I've been saying the same thing about Ohio State. I think they might miss the playoff just because of the schedule and ironically be last year's Texas potentially. But they're going to be interesting to watch. I asked Pete earlier if there was a team that could potentially be this year's Vandy in the this year in the SEC, a team that people maybe think just make a bowl and then they shock us all and win 10 games. If there was that
and
team
didn't beat anybody,
who would that team be this year that you think?
Yeah, Vandy's wins aged like an avocado, sadly, for those who are very much enjoying the Diego Pavia experience. It's a good question because Vandy is just in such a historically different spot. But here, the team that I will throw out there, just because I do think they have someone special at quarterback, is Mississippi State. Now, the schedule is unforgiving, and I'd be really stunned. But here's the thing. They have a schedule that we all look at right now, and we assume is going to be just brutal in the first 2 months. And it very well could. If you had lined up Vandy's schedule in the preseason, I think their over-under last year was also 5.5 wins. And so Vandy very quickly, all of a sudden, they start dominating these teams, and then these teams are like much worse than what we thought. So I mean, from that standpoint, I love the fact that they brought Zach Arnett back to run that defense. Jeff Lebby brought his predecessor back, and they feel like they have real talent on that side of the ball. And Kamario Taylor, guys, like, is special. Buy stock now. I'm not saying the guy's going to win a Heisman Trophy or anything like that. But if all of a sudden, like, Mississippi State kind of squeezes out of those first 2 months, like somehow only with 3 losses because Kamario Taylor is just like that special, it will be like the big story in college football. And we discounted last year Diego Pavia with the encore, and we said, like, look, this isn't going to happen again. And then it did. So, like, that's the only one that I would say can kind of follow that path. But am I sitting here predicting Mississippi State's going to make that much noise? Absolutely not.
I never liked you, Connor. I was about to dunk on PJ here because I thought you were going to go quarterback, great quarterback. But my call was South Carolina, and I just kind of whizzed all over him before with this. He loved Mississippi State too, and I'm like, but you say that week 2, I think it is that underrated quarterback matchup. Drake Lindsey of Minnesota versus Kamario Taylor, Mississippi. That's a pretty. Yep. Those are 2 NFL dudes who are going to like light up there. But there's going to be a lot of other games going on that week. That's going to be pretty good too. But Mississippi State's going to be fun. This is where the SEC has to like rise up and be like, okay, because someone's going to lose to Mississippi State along the way, and people are going to be like, oh well, gosh, well, this team lost to Mississippi State, but that's an actual pretty good team, like you said, that's got enough talent to at least be dangerous in like a winning games 85-82 sort of way.
Yeah, and South Carolina couldn't really follow that path, I guess, just because 2024, I mean, the end of that season, like, they were one of the best teams in the country. Did they deserve to make the college football playoff? No. But they were a team that we, at least in recent memory, saw at that level. So that's why I wouldn't really put them in that same sort of camp. Whereas, like, guys, I don't know if you know this, Mississippi State has not won a home SEC game in the post-Mike Leach era. I mean, they're all of a sudden staring at some really daunting historical hurdles. Yeah, like, they beat Arizona State last year at home because for whatever reason, Kenny Dillingham and his defensive coordinator decide, like, let's have single coverage on the fastest guy in college football, and Brennan Thompson. Didn't work out very well. But, like, they're a team that is staring at some really historically bad droughts. And I think that they're the type of team that could, in theory, follow that with a schedule that we think is going to be really difficult. But then if it ends up being kind of disappointing, like Kamario Taylor being that game-changing dude in the way that Diego Pavia was last year, that's how they would follow that path.
Yeah, but isn't I forgive me if I'm wrong. You're talking about you compared Kamaro Taylor, who I think isn't he like 6'4" and like 230, and Diego Pavia is like 4'8" and 150 pounds. I think I've got the got that right with Kamaro Taylor, but no, he's both of them are a whole lot of fun. Both of them can run, and both of them are super dynamic.
No doubt.
Yeah,
No
Kamari
doubt.
Taylor's
Connor,
a big dude. I stood next to him at SEC Media Days yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever it was. Everything's a blur this week, and I was like, "Dang, Kamari Taylor's like much bigger in person than I thought he was." Whereas Pavia, no, let's just say, wasn't exactly all of a sudden physically imposing in that crowd.
absolutely love it. Great stuff. Connor O'Gara, host of the OG Kickoff, Heisman voter. Give him a follow on X at CJ O'Gara, talking college football, SEC. Connor, we appreciate it, man. Thanks so much for the time. We'll talk to you again soon.
Gentlemen, appreciate it.
All right, good stuff there from Connor. Pete, I've only talked 20 minutes of ball with Connor, but I feel like if I did a show with him, it'd be really boring because we just agree on everything. Like I have Ohio State missing the
Exactly.
playoff,
You guys,
Mississippi State. I mean, it's like I was getting ready to ask him. Another one of my hot takes is I actually think your Badgers potentially have an outside shot of maybe making the playoff this year. I bet them at 30-1, just because they avoid all the top teams, and I like Colton Joseph a lot. I loved him at ODU, and I think potentially he could be good.
So you apparently aren't familiar with the spinal tap drummer problem they have at quarterback under Luke Fickell, where basically every quarterback he brings in there spontaneously combusts with some catastrophic injury. But Joseph is a player. He's a runner. Actually, the fun fact about Colton Joseph is in the opener against Indiana, Colton Joseph ran for 2 monster like home run hitting touchdowns against Indiana, and he ran for more yards against IU than any team did all season long on those 2 runs. Wow. But he's a fun, dangerous player. I do think that Wisconsin's got one of those weird teams where they could come up and screw up Notre Dame right out of the gate. I'm not quite there yet, but we'll see. And the other thing is I have to actually take another look at, like, sometimes like I get lost in my own, high on my own supply when it comes to research and stuff like this. Just wait till you see this Ohio State offense, because they kept it in 3rd gear. And this is you and Connor, talking about this. Remember, they didn't play anybody great last year after the Texas game, and they just never really got stressed. They didn't have to deal with any adversity, and they never let it loose. And once it was time to do that, they couldn't do it. This year, I think they put the throttle down, and they're just going to there is so much NFL talent on this bunch. But again, let's see what they do against Texas to start the season, because if Ohio State's that good, they got to put up 30 points on the board against these Longhorns.
Yeah, we can talk some more about that when we come back. We'll take a quick break, wrap up hour 3 here. BetMGM tonight. Pete and PJ, Westwood One Sports on a Friday.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest challenges I faced this year. Now, I think the one thing people forget is, all those guys you just mentioned were rated 5 stars or 4 stars in the portal. Now, take you back, a year or 2 ago to recruiting those guys. Nobody wanted those guys out of high school, and nobody wanted Drew Messamaker. Nobody wanted Caleb Hawkins. He had one offer. And he was so thankful and grateful to have that opportunity. Same thing with Wyatt Young. He was a quarterback that we transitioned to wide receiver. And so I think not only them, but their families, they all have great support systems around them. And I think, when they really got into, the recruitment process out of the portal, they appreciated what we had done for them so far and how we developed them and molded them and put them, gave them an opportunity to go perform and have success on the field. And so I think that went a long way with us. Obviously, I brought all my staff with me, which is super unique this day and age. I think if you look at the transition of anybody going from G5 up to P4 this year, they didn't bring all their staff with them. And so I think the loyalty, the players saw that and they respected that these were the coaches that I wanted to reward for helping me, put what we put together at North Texas. And so now the very first team meeting, the whole North Texas crew was sitting on the front right, all of our returners from Oklahoma State front left, and then everybody else, was mixed in. And I made everybody stand up and move, and they couldn't sit next to anybody they knew for the first semester that we were here during the team meeting. So I think it's been a challenge, but the one thing that's helped is the kids from North Texas, they know our culture, they know our expectations, our standards. But it has been important for me to embrace everybody together and say, hey, like, this is all about 26 Oklahoma State Cowboys. And when you look back at the last 2 years, I mean, just to think in your head, because they had so much success under Mike for so long here, and you really look back and think, hey, the last 20 games we played against FBS teams here, we've lost. And so that's still mind-blowing. So we got a lot to prove right now. There's a lot of work that we need to do to get this team ready to be firing on all cylinders here in a couple months when we drive over east to Tulsa.
Yeah, I think you can't measure it. I mean, I think in a world now that everybody's taking a transfer quarterback, that first year guy, and again we've been through that. To be able to have your freshman quarterback, a guy that you've recruited, a guy you believed in, and then the guy that you developed for a year, you'll be able to be back for year two. I mean, he's got 4 more years of eligibility, 4 years with that new 5-for-5 rule. So he's got 4 more years left, and he's got a lot of good football ahead of him. I think the version of Mason that you saw last year was just kind of a touch of the surface. I mean, he didn't have a lot of reps in spring ball, didn't have a lot of reps in fall camp. Probably third, fourth. I don't even know where he was on the depth chart. I just know when we decided to make a change, we felt like he had the higher upside, and we went with him and made a good decision there.
Denver.
All right, we got the list coming up here.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
We got the list coming up in 10 minutes. Always my favorite segment on a Friday. PJ here with you. We'll update you on some Major League Baseball on the other side of the break. We'll also talk some NFL. We've had so much to talk about between LeBron and college football. We actually haven't talked any NFL yet, so we'll dive into that. And let's see. I do want to get back to the college football conversation, Pete, if we could, because I think it was really interesting. We were talking about Ohio State, all the weapons that they have. Would they be your pick right now to win the national championship? Would it be Ohio State?
Yeah, I mean, at least to get there, I think they'd probably be that team to maybe do it. But again, it's who can get to the college football playoff to begin with. There we go. Who can get to the college football playoff to begin with. But yeah, they're the best team in the country coming into the year, but it's who's going to get there. And Notre Dame's the one team that you can say, you look at their schedule, Wisconsin game aside, and be like, yeah, then they're going to go 10-2 at least. They're going to go 11-1. They'll actually get in the college football playoff. I don't see Ohio State's not losing 3 games. It has not done that. Ryan Day's won 88% of his games. He's not going to, this team is too good to have those losses this year. And we're doing this now, and you're looking at the schedules and you're saying, oh, this team could do this team could do that. They haven't. Georgia doesn't lose those types of games. Ohio State doesn't lose those types of games. And so, Oregon has not lost to a team that didn't play in the national championship for 3 years. They lost twice to Indiana last year, lost to Ohio State the year before, and lost to Washington both times the year before that. So, these power teams, it's like, oh, well, they're going to get tripped up here. No, they're not. They don't. So, Ohio State would be my odds-on favorite to win the national championship, because they're good enough to get there each and every year. They might be the best team in the best conference in college football.
I mean, they are so loaded. That schedule really is tricky, though. You're right. Ryan Day's been unbelievable in the regular season. And it's funny with Ohio State. I would have to go back and check. I would bet he's lost more home games than he has road games since he's been at Ohio State. I feel like they never lose on the road. If they lose, it's at the shoe for whatever reason, but they've been such a good road team under him. And they're going to need to be again.
The losses under him are insane. I mean, think about it. The only time that they have lost to anybody who wasn't just a superpower of superpowers was that 8-5 Michigan team 2 years ago, and that turned out to be the best thing that could have happened to them, because then Ohio State went on to win the national championship. If you look at the losses under Ryan Day, you're talking. They missed a field goal late last year in the Big Ten championship against Indiana. They had the one late play against Miami, and they missed out on that game. That loss. They had the Oregon loss, 32-31, when, if you remember, Will Howard kind of went and slid too fast, and then they got the revenge in the playoff. That was a couple years ago. And then the Michigan loss, which obviously turned out to be a big thing. They lose to the undefeated national champion Michigan team. Forget the Missouri loss because half their team was missing, but that Missouri team was an 11-win team. Year before that, they lose to another whopper of a Michigan team that goes to the college football playoff, and they get into the college football playoff anyway, and they're a missed field goal away from beating the Georgia team that went on to win the national championship. I mean, that's just the last few years. That's how awesome Ryan Day has been so far.
Pretty unbelievable. And this is the toughest schedule Ohio State has had that I've seen in a long time. That road trip to Texas, Indiana, they get Oregon and Michigan at home. Westwood. It's going to be tough.
I think the widest range of probabilities for the Giants is somewhere in that 6 to 8 win range, especially if Neighbors is healthy. I don't want to make a whole season about one guy, or more specifically, one guy's knee, but there you have it. The linchpin for the Giants this year is Malik Neighbors and that right knee. And I think it's a huge positive that he's going to be ready to go from the start of training camp. Not that you want him out there going 110% during every rep early in training camp. But the more time Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors spend together on the field, the better for the Giants' future.
Yeah, what's so cool for me and unique for me is this kid didn't play football in high school, and so just to see him get an opportunity and to see him grow right now. He's only started 15 games in his career at quarterback, and that includes high school. There's so much potential and growth, and I'm so excited because he's gotten so much better over the course of these last 7 or 8 months in our spring football and all the summer stuff that we're doing. And so, just super proud to watch, kind of the maturity that's happened in the last 3 years. He shows up 3 years ago, non-scholarship, didn't play in high school, just looking for a chance as our fifth string guy. And he's kind of just put his head down and he's worked. Now, he's really, really technically sound and he's super accurate with the football. Has the size, has the mental capability to process information real fast. And so I told my wife the other night, joking around, I was like, we need Drew to play good. We don't need to play him to play that good that we lose him after a year to be. But I think everybody's going to be happy if a year from now, he's being considered as a guy that's going to go in the first round. So just fun for me as a coach to see a kid like that get rewarded and for his toughness, his grit, and just staying true to it. Most kids would have quit if they didn't start in high school and not even want to pursue the game anymore.
Having relationships with our players. I think relationships and the culture you have in your program is number one. And Mason didn't want to go anywhere. He had no intentions of going anywhere. But someone dangles that carrot in front of you and makes kids and families and agents start to go, wait a second, let's look at this. This is maybe some game changing things here that we got to talk about. But I think when you treat your guys right, and they're happy where they are. You can't buy happiness. You know that. You can spend all the money you want on happiness. You can't buy it. It's something that that happens with the right people, and I think we have the right people in Pitt.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. 2 hours left to go here on a Friday night. We're going to talk NFL coming up in this hour, preview the NFC West. Talk a little Major League Baseball and a little hot or cold on the program as well. Wrapping up the week, of course, the big news of the day. LeBron James is a Philadelphia 76ers. We'll touch on that.
That's right, that
happened.
Hours.
As well. It did, Pete. In case you forgot, thought I'd just remind you. I know it's been a slow news day, and that is easy forgettable. But that did happen, and it makes me wonder if that piece of information is going to be connected to our category tonight of the list, as I welcome on Brandon Combs and our guy Michael Montgomery. Always my favorite part of a Friday night is when we do the list. And Pete, I know this is your first iteration of the list, so
I'm
let's
scared.
see what Monty has up his sleeve for tonight.
I'm gonna have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey, the champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list.
That's right.
All right, there we go.
List time. So, Pete, we are going to, I'm going to give you a piece of trivia, and we're going to run through it. You get one thing wrong that's not on the list, you're out. Last man standing wins. That's kind of the premise. Maybe it was obvious that we were going to go with college football here. It's funny you said LeBron, PJ, because I didn't even think about that. So we're going college football since Pete's here, and I tried to think of something you guys don't think of. We've been looking forward this whole day, but right now we're going to look backward. So we're going to do the final AP poll from last season. So after after all the bowl games and the playoffs, only the top 20
after
on the
the
full screen. Yeah, after all the games. So the final poll, everybody's won the Natty or didn't win the Natty or whatever. That's the list.
And we're only doing the top 20, not the top 25.
Yeah, only 20 fits on the full
so
screen.
After the bowl games, who was still alive and kicking, and who won something, and so we're counting. So this is after. This is not like the college football playoff rankings that go before the bowls, right? So we're okay. I can do this. I can hang.
All right, very good, Pete. Why don't you kick us off? Brando, you can go 2. I'll go 3. You guys are always nice to let me go first. I'll go last this time.
So what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just name a team that made the final top 20?
Yep, just one team.
All right, so obviously I'll take Indiana to start just to kick this thing off. I'll get it out of the way so you guys can move on to better things.
There you go.
There you go, Pete. You know how it's done.
Okay.
All right, so Brandon.
We are going to go with God, why am I drawing a blank here?
Just name some big giant college football team.
Miami. I was trying to remember who was in the championship.
Let's go with Ole Miss.
Ohio State.
Getting them in order, huh? Ohio State. They are on the list, 5th.
Wow.
You'd have looked to see if Ohio State was on the AP list. I'm winning this thing.
Well,
yeah.
The team that got screwed, my boys, the Irish, Notre Dame.
That's debatable. They are on the list.
Let's go Oregon.
They got hosed.
Ooh. All right, so I can't repeat anything, right? So I got to make sure I don't screw that up. Texas Tech.
There you go. They finished 7th.
Oh, God.
We've only been talking about all these teams for the last 3 hours.
Alabama.
Yeah.
Alabama, number 9.
Let's go with UGA.
Is it me?
Georgia.
Number 6. Now it is back to you, Pete.
We are
chomping
flying.
at the bit.
BYU,
11th. You guys are flying.
If I don't say this team and somebody else does, my daughter would be disappointed, Monty would be disappointed, Kate would be disappointed. the Iowa Hawkeyes.
That's right.
Ooh,
17.
I don't think so.
Highest four-loss
they did,
team.
huh? Wow.
Yep. Highest
I would've
four-loss.
lost on that one.
Highest ranked
I
four-loss
forgot.
team.
Wait, didn't
Let's
Bama
go
have four
with-
losses?
Let's go with Boomer Sooner.
Okay, you're right, Brandon. I was wrong. Bama did have 4 losses. Boomer Sooner. All right. Oklahoma, they are 13th on the list.
Is it me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did we say Texas yet?
We
Not
did
yet.
not. It's on the screen if you're watching on YouTube or Twitter or something, so you can check it that way as well.
Oh, so we're missing number 8. Okay, now I see what you're doing. I got you.
How about the other the one Texas team that's not on here? A&M, Texas A&M.
They are the missing number 8.
Let's
You guys got
go
6
with
teams remaining.
let's go with that 4'8" quarterback in Nashville, Diego Pavia and Vandy.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
15th.
All right, so you're saying we're missing number 14. Oh, Utah.
Nailed it.
ugh.
Oh, that's 14, right?
This is where
Yep.
it gets tough right here. This
Yeah.
is when the
Yep.
game begins.
I know that
And
they
unless
were in the
someone-
top 20 during the season. I don't know if they finished there though. We talked about them all year. There was did they get into the play? They got into the playoff, didn't they? James Madison.
James Madison. Number 19. Just made the cut.
I'm gonna go with the other G5 team that made it. Tulane's got to be there.
Oh,
Number 18.
I forgot about them.
all right.
Two
Who won their
remaining.
bowl? All right, who won their bowl game? Virginia.
16 for Virginia.
Nice.
We're only missing number 20.
Oh God.
Oh, so we got to get 20. We can't get one of the top 25. We can't go one. I think I got a couple more, but I can't remember 20.
Michigan?
Right?
Michigan 21st.
Oh,
It's a tough one.
that was a good try. I mean, this could be. So I'm considering.
Damn it.
I mean, Duke was unranked when they played Virginia in the ACC title game. I don't think they jumped.
Then
up
they
to
lost
20
their
anymore.
bowl game though. I think. Oh no, they won their bowl game.
Could be Duke,
I think.
or could it
If
be like?
PJ
some-
doesn't get this, Pete wins.
Yeah.
I'll finish it off. I want a shot at this 20. I think I have an idea. I kind of remember.
I don't think this is right, but I'll go with Tennessee.
Tennessee did not finish in the top 25.
All right, so you're saying Michigan was 21st?
Correct.
All right, so if
And the
Michigan was
final 8
21st, even though they lost in absolute disastrous, gut-wrenching fashion, USC?
That is correct.
They would be ahead of
Pete.
Michigan.
Wow.
Attaboy,
Well done,
Pete. Look at Pete go.
That's why
Yeah,
he's
now
the
you guys are
college
going to talk
football
baseball
guy.
for the next 2 hours and embarrass me.
That's why he's the college football guy right there.
Oh,
That's
God.
right.
Well done. Well done. USC.
Yeah,
God,
I was not.
that was
thinking
luck.
Trojans.
I would not have gotten. I thought Michigan. I would not have gotten Iowa, and I would have said Michigan was in the top 20.
Come on, Pete. You need to have more
Sorry, I
Hawkeyes on the
suck.
brain.
I really should. Yeah, if after last night I should all Hawkeye all the time, I should have had that. Yes,
Love that.
forgot that they were all right.
So there you go. There's the list for you. The top.
Wow, good list.
AP poll from last season. Indiana, of course, number 1. Miami 2. Very good. Brando, you told me that you had some college football trivia for us too.
Yeah, I do. Sorry, I'm a little sidetracked here because the Cubs they just scored a run, and I believe PCA is about to come up to bat here.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
So a little thrown off, but here we go. I got some college football here, and here's the way that we can do it. Monty, you want in on this action?
Yeah, let Monty stick around.
I can embarrass myself, I guess.
All right, here we go. This is Monty's gonna get in on some trivia. All right. First question. Cowboys player Bill Bates, known for his prowess on special teams, played college football at what university? Pete, I'll let you have the first crack.
Tennessee.
That is correct.
Wow.
That is correct.
Well done.
All right.
Wow.
Never would have gotten that.
PJ.
Yeah, that's about as much. Jeez. All right.
Actor Burt Reynolds played sparingly for what college football program?
Florida
State. You got
State.
this one, PJ.
Yep.
Florida State is correct. Wow, Monty. Got tough shoes to fill here.
So I'd be 0 for 2, so I'm sure this will be along the same lines.
What 2 colleges compete for the Apple Cup?
Come on, Monty.
I don't think I've heard of the Apple Cup. Okay, that sort of helps.
Pacific Northwest.
That's better. Washington State.
Attaboy.
That is correct.
There you go.
3 for 3.
For whatever reason, when you said Pacific Northwest, I don't know, triggered something.
There you go.
All right, let's go.
I got I got Bill Bates, and you got
that was.
How did I get that? Jeez, I could get triple for that one.
We're gonna snake draft this thing. Monty, you're gonna go again.
Oh,
all right. Monty, who is the first man to win the Heisman Trophy and coach a national champion?
I mean, I feel like I should know this because that's downright crazy. Heisman, coach, and national champion. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. He won the Heisman as a player and coached a national champion.
He's a hell of a ball coach.
I got no idea, but I'm gonna hate that the answer is probably somebody super obvious.
The name that came to mind was Steve Spurrier for me.
That is correct. Steve Spurrier.
Super
obvious. All right. Yeah. Let's go back to Pete.
I'm going to get somebody like the 1912 running back for Fordham or something off this, aren't I?
What 2 colleges did Troy Aikman play for?
UCLA and Oklahoma.
That is correct.
Oh, I would not have known Oklahoma.
Pete, we're going back to you, snake draft style. This quarterback led Virginia Tech to an 11-1 record in 1999.
Michael Vick.
That is correct.
How the hell did you get Bill?
I'm
still stuck on Bill Bates. That's insane.
That was a heck of a pull.
That was out of my butt on that one, man. I don't know how I pulled that, but yes.
PJ. Where did Kurt Warner play college football?
That'd be Northern Iowa.
Nice.
That would be Northern Iowa. Hell of a pull.
Should have been mine.
I thought that was going to be a tough one. You didn't even have to think.
Come on. He's at those basketball games all the time when they're in the tournament.
Monty.
That's how I knew.
I love that's how you knew.
That's how I knew.
Where did NFL running back Tim Biakabatuka attend college?
I've literally never heard of that guy, so I have no idea.
Neither have I.
Oklahoma.
That's all Pete. If he knows,
How do you? Wow, you guys are young.
Never.
He destroyed.
anything about
all right,
college
let me give you a hint. He destroyed Ohio State's season. It one monster game against
State's
Ohio
rival.
State.
Oh, so Michigan then?
Michigan? Yes.
I was waiting for him to say Iowa.
So what year? What year was this guy? Do you think?
That was my question.
Tim Biakabatuka?
95?
Yeah.
96?
Yep.
That was 5.
That's a heck of a name. Yeah, I wasn't.
He also
born
played.
yet.
He was like the 7th pick in the draft by the Carolina Panthers.
Oh wow.
All right, Pete, I'm going with the fire here. All right,
Uh-oh.
this one. If you get this one, Pete, you win. You win the round, and we'll go to break. Who was
Dear
the
God.
University of Oklahoma's 3rd Heisman Trophy winner?
3rd?
1978.
Oh, Billy Sims.
Yes, Billy Sims. Wow, the year
That's
gave it
crazy.
away. Holy
Yeah.
hell!
Well, because Steve Owens won one. Oh God, gonna kill me on the other one. I don't remember the second one out of the. Oh yeah, Billy said that 78 gave it for me. I was actually alive then, so
I was
good
negative
stuff.
3.
What was the name of that Michigan running back again? How do you say it?
Tim
Biakabatuka.
Biakabatuka. He ran for something. He ran for like 290 yards. Like Ohio State would have played for the national title, and then Biakabatuka went just gonzo on an elite Ohio State team.
And didn't he, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he played for Carolina, right? The Panthers?
Yeah, he went. He's like the
drafted him?
7th pick in the draft. Went to the Panthers and was just like, eh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna watch his highlights during commercial break because we're gonna take a quick time out here on BetMGM tonight. Learn something new. Learned a new name. Absolutely love it. The list, some trivia, great stuff. When we come back, talk some NFL. We're breaking down the NFC West on the other side.
LeBron James is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers, a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. Clutch Sports Group and Clutch CEO and Game Over show host Rich Paul telling ESPN. This, according to Shams Charania, exactly 42 seconds ago. Woo! Didn't think we'd get that today. I told you this makes the most sense. I said right before I went out on vacation, I told you guys, this makes the most sense. If LeBron wants to really take a run at a title, he will take much less money and he will go to Philadelphia and become a part of what is with a healthy, and I know that's a massive caveat, but with a healthy Joel Embiid, that is a championship roster. Unbelievable. So there's the breaking news for you right now. LeBron James, according to Shams Charania and ESPN, signing with the Sixers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. You now have Embiid, LeBron, Jaylen Brown, VJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey. That is your starting 5. That is the best team in the East. When we just talk starting 5s, that is the best team in the East. And LeBron knew this the entire time. When we sat down a couple weeks ago and broke down, you remember when we went into the detailed breakdown of the Shams Charania whiteboard? Everyone knew that made the most sense. I wasn't going out on a limb telling you that made the most sense. Going to Golden State, pipe dream that was just for comfort's sake. Going back to Cleveland or even going back to Miami, maybe if all went well, you'd max out, you'd top out at an Eastern Conference Finals appearance. And, we'd have the great storybook ending. But, you got it from LeBron. Is it Fanatics Fest last week? Or maybe a couple weeks ago. Again, I was on vacation, so I was not getting every piece of information that was coming through. I wasn't on Wi-Fi all the time, and it was beautiful. But LeBron talked about playing his last year or two and was very clear that this might not be a one-year deal wherever he ended up. Well, now we know it's a 2-year deal. Yeah, it's got the option on there. But LeBron wants to chase a title. Cement the legacy by walking off with the Larry O'Brien one final time. So, props to LeBron for making the right choice. I always had doubt in the back of my mind that he wouldn't choose the path of least resistance, that he wouldn't go Cleveland or Miami, because in Miami, he gets to basically be in charge, right? Pat Riley's going to let him do whatever he wants. Spoelstra's not going to put up too much of a fight. And in Cleveland, it would have just been a sideshow. Maybe not always in a bad way, but it would have been the retirement tour. And clearly LeBron James is telling us with this decision that it's not about going around the 30 NBA cities and collecting rocking chairs and getting the video farewells on the Jumbotron before the game. It's about winning. So credit to him for making this decision. Again, I don't think he had to go way out on a limb to make this decision. It was the one that made the most sense the whole time.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Great jam. Who do you think you are? PJ Glasser, Pete Futak with you. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports.
You went the nice way with that. I was going the NWA version, which was, a little harder on that. But.
We got some good games going on around Major League Baseball. O's and Braves tied up at 3. Padres and Marlins tied up at 2. Red Sox 4-0 over the Blue Jays. White Sox 5-0 over the Astros. The Rangers up 3-1 over the Mariners. The Cubs have defeated the Pirates in extra innings as well. And the Diamondbacks just defeated the Nationals in a crucial game there in the NL wild card race. So we'll keep posted on what's going on across MLB. We're going to talk a little NFL, though, right now here on BetMGM Tonight. Talk about the NFC West, which is an absolutely loaded division with the 3 teams at the top. You got the defending champs, the Seattle Seahawks, the betting favorite right now to win the Super Bowl, the Los Angeles Rams, and then the 49ers, who are in the playoffs every year, and if they're healthy, normally in the NFC Championship game or even the Super Bowl, and then you have the rebuilding Arizona Cardinals. Pete, when you look at the NFC West, if you had to rank the top 3 teams, Seattle, the Rams, and the Niners, how would you rank them? 1, 2, 3?
I mean, am I wrong? My problem is the Seattle Seahawks might be the most boring, memory dumpable Super Bowl champion of all time. So I still don't I'm that person who still does not believe you'll ever win a Super Bowl championship with Sam Darnold as your quarterback. So I refuse to acknowledge or believe that. But doesn't the Myles Garrett thing kind of make everything right? But there's no way Matt Stafford does that again. So like, I get the Rams, I understand it, it's fine. I'm not quite there. So it's you got to be Seattle 1, San Francisco 2, Rams 3, and my Carson Beck Arizona Cardinals at some point number 4.
I would agree. I think that's got to be the rankings. I kind of think that there's a chance that the Niners or Seahawks could actually win the division. Because like you said, Stafford won the MVP last year. And coming into the year, we all wondered if he was even going to play because of the back injury. He's a year older. And even though he's still tough as nails, he's always just one hit away from, as any quarterback, but especially him.
As we all are.
Right. No doubt about it. And they do get Myles Garrett, who's arguably the best player in the NFL, to go on that defense. I mean, there's a reason why they are priced the way that they are. They're plus 500 at BetMGM. And
well, are you budgeting in Aaron Donald? How much does that matter?
Pete, I think he's gonna come back, if I'm being honest.
Because what else are you gonna do? All these guys, like, they retire to be with their family, and then they realize their families are boring, and like, that's what you do. You come back. So like, right? I mean, you got to factor if he comes back, one guy should not change things that much. But with Myles Garrett also in the mix, kind of does. I mean, but yeah, I worry about old players. Speaking of LeBron, I worry about having to rely on super old quarterbacks and players with back injuries and things. But like, Stafford's still obviously awesome. I mean, they still seem like they have everything in place to be pretty good. So, but still, I mean, outside of losing Kenneth Walker, where did Seattle get worse this offseason? And Kenneth Walker wasn't even a thing during the season.
I'd say where they got worse was losing Clint Kubiak as their offensive coordinator, probably. But from a talent standpoint, from a roster standpoint, now I would agree with you. They're pretty much running it back for the most part. And yeah, they did lose Kenneth Walker, but they used their first round pick on Jadarian Price. And I mean, Pete, people that watch college football know Jeremiah Love was the best running back in the sport, one of the best players, but Price was pretty damn awesome too. He just didn't see the field as much as he probably should have because of Love. So I think he's going to be a nice 1-2 punch with Charbonnet. But yeah, the defense, they lose a couple of guys here and there, but look, as long as Mike McDonald's coaching the defense, they're going to be really, really good. So they didn't lose too much, but I think you do have to be concerned about losing Kubiak because I think he's really good. Brian Fleury takes over as the new offensive coordinator. I think that's really the big question. And then, can Sam Darnold just kind of repeat how he was playing last year and especially in the playoffs, I think are the biggest things for Seattle, but their defense
I mean,
is
he's
so
good now, right? I mean, like, it's we have to acknowledge that he's actually, the Minnesota Viking year was, seemed fluky, and like, I get you're going with JJ McCarthy, which I never bought into, but I get not going with Sam Darnold, not paying him $1 gajillion because he's Sam Darnold, and now dude's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. You can't, come at him now. Like, I'm still not a believer, but guy won a Super Bowl. So if he's back and going, if Smith the Jigma just keeps on rolling like he does, and you just have the defense that keeps playing well, I mean, how does this thing stop after what they were able to do and be so dominant over the second half of last year and right through the playoffs?
Pete, what's funny is Sam Darnold is almost like Indiana football in the sense that, like, you have to train your brain that he's actually good now, because for all those years you watched Indiana football and they were so bad. And for those years we saw Sam Darnold Jets version. And regardless of how good he has been or will continue to get, people will never truly be a believer because of what you saw with the Jet years. It's like if he got drafted to Minnesota and that's where he started his career into what he's been now, people would be like, oh, this is top 10 quarterback in football. No question. It's just funny. And I'm a victim to it too. Because again, Darnold was great last season. He was great in the playoffs. But yeah, like you've just seen him for like a couple of years, multiple years, not be a good quarterback. And you just feel like that version of him is always there. And now he loses his offensive coordinator, but he's throwing to one of the best receivers in the NFL in JSN. He's got a great defense. So So yeah, Darnold's an interesting one. You know, I like you would never take him over one of those top quarterbacks and trust him to win another Super Bowl, but I kind of think he falls into that Indiana category where it's like you almost have to just train your brain to throw out all those years of what you've seen previously.
Yeah, and as a college analyst who does this during draft time as well, like I hit on a lot of guys, and I'm usually okay at this. I'll take the L on this. I was like I didn't get it with Sam Darnold, and I was like Josh Rosen. That's the guy who's going to turn out to be the guy out of these two LA quarterbacks, and nope, very nope. But no, he was good. You know, look, when you have a great defense, it allows you to relax a little more, take more shots down the field, because your defense is going to clean up a whole lot of messes. And Seattle's just did it last year. It was just an impressive way of doing it. Might not have been too exciting. It wasn't like the Legion of Boom era. It wasn't like the Pete Carroll era, but they won a Super Bowl. I mean, that's, you want to talk trivia question time. Yeah, ask people who played in the last Super Bowl. That's probably not going to be one of the more memorable ones in a while here.
Yeah, that's a good 15 years from now. That's going to be a heck of a question. What about San Francisco? What do you make of them? So they get Mike Evans in the offseason, which I kind of feel like is forgotten about a little bit. They also got Christian Kirk too. McCaffrey's still there, obviously. Purdy, you got Kittle, you got those pieces on defense led by Bosa and Fred Warner. And then Raheem Morris, after getting let go by the Falcons, will now come coach the defense for Kyle Shanahan. And I think most would agree Morris is one of those guys, not good as a head coach, but as a coordinator, very good. Like the key with the Niners is always health, right? That's what it always is. You talk about you don't trust old players. I agree with you. And you just don't trust injury prone players. If
how do you trust Brock Purdy? Brock Purdy it always seems to have something, catastrophic happening. And the lines kept having problems. I mean, you're right. How do you trust this San Francisco team to stay in one piece? And I sure as shoot do not trust Christian McCaffrey to do that again. He got run into the ground last season. He looked, I know fantasy people loved him, but he looked a step slower. The McCaffrey of a couple years earlier, there were a couple times you could just see that McCaffrey a couple years earlier would have burst in and blown up. And, they just kept pounding and pounding and pounding. And, there's only so much life these running backs have in them. So I don't really trust that. I don't trust Brock Purdy to stay in one piece, but if everyone's healthy, that's great. But like you said, how do you trust that at this point?
No doubt. So yeah, I think San Francisco is going to be a playoff team, but they just, they've never been able to get over the hump. They've gotten to the Super Bowl 2 times with this core group, and they can't get across the finish line. Shanahan's never been able to win the big one. If they stay healthy, they'll be a playoff team. If they stay healthy, they'll be really solid, but I can't trust them.
I should know this. Is Mac Jones still a San Francisco 49er?
Mac Jones, he is, yes.
Because that's it. Because all the crazy talk, we've been talking about LeBron this whole time, and it's well, if these guys stay healthy, if this guy's still healthy, and again, it doesn't matter until you get in the playoffs and who's healthy in the NBA. Same thing for the NFL. We can speculate all we want, but risk, go to the insurance business here and go risk averse. If Seattle loses Sam Darnold, as crazy as this sounds, or if the Rams lose Matthew Stafford. Who are their backup? Didn't the Rams get a pretty good backup somewhere around here? It's I'm spacing on this, but that saved San Francisco last year when Purdy went down. Mac Jones came in and he was really good for what was it, 5-6 weeks there, wherever they needed him for, and that's it in the NFL. Do you have that option 2 if your starting quarterback goes down? Because you saw it last year. Joe Burrow goes down, season was over. J.J. McCarthy went down. Well, it shouldn't have mattered, but Max Brosmer comes in and oops, that's not going to work. If Dak Prescott gets hurt for a little while, well, that was it for Dak. I mean, it's just, and Jaden Daniels with Washington, season over. So, whose quarterback is staying healthy, and do you have the backup quarterback who can step up if needed, like San Francisco does?
The Rams' backup quarterback is Ty Simpson, who, of course, they controversially took.
That's right. I should have known that.
Yeah, Ty, you got Stetson Bennett there as well.
So they're screwed then.
Yeah.
You don't really like him as a quarterback, do you?
I do like Ty, actually. I do like Ty. We were talking about this off air. I do think he was hurt towards the end of the year, early on in the season with Bama. I thought he was great. So I like, and then, going to a system with McVay, learning behind Stafford. You got Puka there. I think Simpson, for all these quarterbacks, it's about situation. I think he's in a great one.
All right. Crazy enough, here's your trivia question. Do we have 3 backup Bama quarterbacks in the East? And I'm sorry, in the NFC West? Do we have Milroe, Mac Jones, and Ty Simpson?
We do. How about that? Good one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll Tide.
Good one. We also, how many Georgia quarterbacks do we have in this conference? We got Stetson Bennett, Stafford. We got Carson Beck.
Carson Beck's a Miami Hurricane now, is
he a Miami Hurricane? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
He's a Bulldog. I'll give you that. But yeah.
What do you think? What kind of
Stetson Bennett's still in the league? That's crazy.
Yeah, he is. What kind of pro do you think Carson Beck's going to be?
I love him. I'm a huge fan. The problem is when he hurt his shoulder, whatever that UCL joint or whatever they call it, in the SEC championship game against Texas, he never quite sprung back. The same arm strength was not quite there like it was before, but it got lost that, the year before that, he was a presumptive number 1 overall draft pick caliber guy. I mean, he's big, he can move, the arm strength's there, he's got the power, and he was really good last year. Unfortunately, had he been able to loft that final pass he threw another 6 inches in the air, Miami probably wins the national championship, and we're talking something different right now. But no, I really like him and thought he was a way undervalued pro prospect, again, for where they got him and for the 4 years, $7 million contract he got, as opposed to the 50-ish million he would have gotten as a top 2 or 3 pick. Love it. That's about as much of a steal as you can get for a guy who, again, a couple years ago you could have said after his first year at Georgia, I should say, and you said this guy's going to be a top 5 overall pick, and no one would have blinked.
That Arizona team could be a fun team. They could be like the Mississippi State of the NFL almost. Like, they're going to lose a lot of games, but they could play in a lot of shootouts because you got Jeremiah Love now, you got Marvin Harrison, you got Trey McBride. It's probably going to be Brissett to start the year, but maybe it ends up being Minshew or Beck. But their schedule, Pete. I mean, obviously playing in the NFC West, they got to play Seattle, San Fran, and LA 6 times. They're also home against Philly, at Kansas City, at Dallas, home against Denver, home against Detroit, at the Chargers. Their schedule is
that never
really
works
tough.
though. Yeah, you never know because the NFL is the NFL. Every game's 24-20, and you never know who's hurt and who's not. So to speculate that far out, but you're right. But yeah, it is. I really want to see what Jeremiah Love's going to do because the thing about Love, and you mentioned Jadarian Price too, is they didn't get a lot of carries. We've never had to see Jeremiah Love be a 25 carry guy. We never saw them get through a full season with a massive workload. So they had the benefit of coming into the league and looking great because they were both always fresh. And so are they going to have to be this guy through a 17-game season? I mean, I think Love's going to be great. I think Price is going to be interesting. But I know right now they're the darlings of the fantasy world, and obviously they're the first 2 running backs taken off the board, both in the first round. But they're not sure things depending on their durability because we've never had to see it out of these 2.
I saw Jeremiah Love's season-long prop for rushing yards was 900.5 yards, which I thought was interesting. That it was that low. It was under at that.
I was gonna say in a 17-game season that averages out to what, like 60. I'm not a math guy, so what is it? 70 yards a game, 60 yards a game. I mean, it's not a lot.
It's not. So, yeah, Arizona, how they decide to use him will be very fascinating because you're not ready to compete. You're in a rebuilding year. But it's like you also drafted the guy 3rd overall, and we all know the shelf life of running backs. To your point, he did not get overused like a lot of these star running backs do in college.
Lots of tread on the tires.
Exactly. And they did bring Algier in, from Atlanta as well to kind of spell him and be the goal line guy and take some carries. But I saw 900.5. And Monty's telling us that's 53 rushing yards per game that you need out of Jeremiah.
Wow.
And if you watch this guy at Notre Dame, I mean, he's like, anytime he touches the ball, it could go to the house. So I know it's the NFL and he's playing on one of the worst teams, but 900.5. He stays healthy. Feels like he should go over that number.
That seems like it's still a lot of yards. You still got to stay healthy, like you said, and you still have to actually do it. It's always hard. And running back is hard because if you were a high drafted running back, they were so good in college, and you saw him, you're like, of course this is going to work. You see this guy play. I mean, and sometimes it just happens. Sometimes it just doesn't. It's hard to project running backs at the next level, and even the running backs that do work out, like Saquon didn't work out for the Giants. I mean, he had a couple great years, but obviously got hurt. But like it only worked for him. We went behind, got with the Eagles and was finally healthy and rejuvenated and all that. So it's rare for these guys to rock and roll. And let's see how does a Bijan Robinson hold up now at Atlanta? Now you don't have Algier, kind of helping him out with this. So this is going to be an interesting situation. But like you said, in the NFC West, if you're Arizona, that's a tough division to be in at this point.
Did you have a favorite rookie in the class this year?
Caleb Downs. I loved him. You have to take Mendoza one. I am not I don't think he's Joe Burrow, but I think he's going to be one of those guys who he comes in and he just throws for a gajillion yards and is just, pretty good. I don't think he's going to be a special pro, but then again, I didn't think he was going to be a special college player, and look at that. But you had to take him number one overall. The pass rushers are all good. We'll see who if David Bailey can really step it up and be that guy, or the Miami guys coming out. And you had a lot of very good players. Caleb, I've always been shocked that football doesn't value safeties more, because if you have a superstar safety, it just changes your whole defense. And that's just watching, years and years of like the Ed Reeds and Troy Polamalu's of the world. Now you're seeing, what Harrison Smith can do, and Hamilton, and just these guys who are just game changers. Caleb Downs is that guy who always thinks and plays 2 steps ahead of everyone else, and just a brilliant pick by Dallas.
That's why when we were talking with Connor O'Gara earlier, and he was talking about Patricia and how great he was for Ohio State in year one, and he was, I truly wonder how much of that was Caleb Downs, and I kind of want to see what he does in year 2.
Matt Patricia's an NFL guy. I mean, here's the thing to remember. When you're talking about in an NIL world of college football, it's great to be able to afford this guy and that guy and this guy. The superpower programs can afford the elite coaches. When you have, I know he's at Northwestern now, but when you had Chip Kelly as your offensive coordinator for Ohio State in that national championship year, it's Chip freaking Kelly. He could have been the head coach. And Matt Patricia, I know he had his problems in the NFL, but you're still going from, movies down to TV. I mean, you're still a guy who knows how to coach really, really well. And to be able to afford a Matt Patricia and just have those guys as your assistants, I mean, that's why Alabama under Saban was so amazing. You have like a who's who of college football super coaches, working at Saban, just because Saban would take in, the tired, your poor, your huddled masses quarterback coaches and rehab them. And that's what, it's Ohio State. They'll find new assistant coaches who are going to be awesome. And when you get that much talent to work with, it's going to be fine.
Yeah, very good. All right, when we come back, we're going to take a quick time out. When we come back, we're going to wrap up hour 3 BetMGM tonight. Pete and PJ, Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest challenges I faced this year. Now, I think the one thing people forget is, all those guys you just mentioned were rated 5 stars or 4 stars in the portal. Now, take you back, a year or two ago to recruiting those guys. Nobody wanted those guys out of high school, and nobody wanted Drew Mestamaker. Nobody wanted Caleb Hawkins. He had one offer, and he was so thankful and grateful to have that opportunity. Same thing with Wyatt Young. He was a quarterback that we transitioned to wide receiver. And so I think not only them, but their families, they all have great support systems around them. And I think, when they really got into the recruitment process out of the portal, they appreciated what we had done for them so far and how we developed them and molded them and put them, gave them an opportunity to go perform and have success on the field. And so I think that went a long way with us. Obviously, I brought all my staff with me, which is super unique this day and age. I think if you look at the transition of anybody going from G5 up to P4 this year, they didn't bring all their staff with them. And so I think the loyalty, the players saw that and they respected that these were the coaches that I wanted to reward for helping me, put what we put together at North Texas. And so now the very first team meeting, the whole North Texas crew was sitting on the front right, all of our returners from Oklahoma State front left, and then everybody else, was mixed in. And I made everybody stand up and move, and they couldn't sit next to anybody they knew for the first semester that we were here during the team meeting. So I think it's been a challenge, but the one thing that's helped is the kids from North Texas, they know our culture, they know our expectations, our standards. But it has been important for me to embrace everybody together and say, hey, like, this is all about 26 Oklahoma State Cowboys. And when you look back at the last 2 years, I mean, just to think in your head, because they had so much success under Mike for so long here, and you really look back and think, hey, the last 20 games we played against FBS teams here, we've lost. And so that's still mind-blowing. So we got a lot to prove right now. There's a lot of work that we need to do to get this team ready to be firing on all cylinders here in a couple months when we drive over east to Tulsa.
Yeah, I think you can't measure it. I mean, I think in a world now that everybody's taking a transfer quarterback, that first year guy, and again we've been through that. To be able to have your freshman quarterback, a guy that you've recruited, a guy you believed in, and then the guy that you developed for a year, you'll be able to be back for year 2. I mean, he's got 4 more years of eligibility, 4 years with that new 5-for-5 rule. So he's got 4 more years left, and he's got a lot of good football ahead of him. I think the version of Mason that you saw last year was just kind of a touch of the surface. I mean, he didn't have a lot of reps in spring ball, didn't have a lot of reps in fall camp. Probably 3rd, 4th. I don't even know where he was on the depth chart. I just know when we decided to make a change, we felt like he had the higher upside, and we went with him and made a good decision there.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Pete and PJ back with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Orioles and Braves tied at 3. The O's got bases loaded, 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, and Taylor Ward is up at bat, and he's got a 2-0 count. So as an Orioles fan, Pete, I'm hoping that they can find a way to win this game and just keep flirting around the AL wildcard race and somehow maybe get into the postseason here. But I do not think
so. Where you
happen.
live, so Orioles, not Nats, not Nationals ever. That was there. Do you just like the whole region, or what's your?
I'm Orioles Ravens. My dad's from Baltimore, so and his whole side of the family grew up there. A lot of them pretty much still live there. So I'm Ravens O's. And then when I was young, he worked for the Wizards and the Caps. So I pull for those DC teams, but the Ravens and O's are my 1-2. So that's who I pull for the most. What about, are you all Chicago pro teams?
No, I don't. They're brand names. Like, I care about my picks. I care about my fantasy teams. Like, I'd like to see them win. It's more fun around here when Chicago teams. I'm that jaded guy who just, I care about cash and tickets and care about those sorts of things. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's fun. Obviously, when the team in your city is fun, like the Bears are fun. Caleb Williams is fun. I mean, It was fun to be around here when the Bulls were rocking and roll. It's fun to be around here when the Cubs are really good. It's just the Blackhawks era was just a blast because where I was working was right next to the United Center, and that was always a fun time. So you want all that. You want to have something to root for and get really all into it and stuff. But like now, I think the thing that's really kind of changed my outlook on being a fan more than anything else is NFL Red Zone. As soon as I discovered Red Zone and like how it goes from game to game to game, I stopped caring about like what my teams that I kind of cared about did. I just wanted to see, what was happening next. And that really sort of changed everything. But yeah, of course, every once in a while, if there's certain teams I like. My kid went to San Diego State, so I was turned into a San Diego State basketball fan when they went to the national championship. And, I like the Badgers because I went there and certain things like that. Sure. But pro teams, I used to be a diehard all in, like 10-year-old me would have gone absolutely out of his mind right now. I was a Philadelphia fan for everything, and I would have been going absolutely crazy right now about the LeBron stuff. But yeah, so no, I like watching sports. I like big sports. I watch everything.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like that. By the way, the Braves did get out of the inning. It was a 3-0 count, and then he threw 2 straight strikes. Taylor Ward grounded out to third base. So I just doubled down on the Braves. Pete, a lot of people don't like betting against their favorite teams. I got no problem with it. Money's money, folks. And a lot of the times you get the best read on your teams. You just kind of know when they're going to lose or when they're going to win. So why wouldn't I try to profit off of that? And the way this game
money don't care what it came from. Money's money, like you said.
Exactly
now,
right.
But are you one of those people who like do you rationalize it and say, well, either I win money off this or I lose money, but my team wins, I'm going to be happy.
Oh, yeah. That emotional hedge.
Force it that way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's how you cope, Pete. That's how you cope. 1,000%. That's why it's a win-win, That's why I'm looking at it. I bet the Braves, they win. Good for my wallet. They don't. Good for my heart. So, but I really do think the Braves are going to win. So if you're listening out there, the way this game is going, the Orioles should have won. They haven't. The Braves are one of the best teams in baseball, and they'll make them pay. So I like.
You're basically losing money if you're not listening to us right now. Is what you're saying.
Pretty much. And we still got one more hour to go, so make sure you tune in. PJ Glasser, Pete Futek with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports.
I think the widest range of probabilities for the Giants is somewhere in that 6 to 8 win range, especially if Neighbors is healthy. I don't want to make a whole season about one guy, or more specifically, one guy's knee, but there you have it. The linchpin for the Giants this year is Malik Neighbors and that right knee. And I think it's a huge positive that he's going to be ready to go from the start of training camp. Not that you want him out there going 110% during every rep early in training camp. But the more time Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors spend together on the field, the better for the Giants' future.
Yeah, what's so cool for me and unique for me is this kid didn't play football in high school, and so just to see him get an opportunity and to see him grow right now, he's only started 15 games in his career at quarterback, and that includes high school. So just there's so much potential and growth, and I'm so excited because he's gotten so much better over the course of these last 7 or 8 months in our spring football and all the summer stuff that we're doing. And so, just super proud to watch, kind of the maturity that's happened in the last 3 years. He shows up 3 years ago, non-scholarship, didn't play in high school, just looking for a chance as our fifth string guy. And he's kind of just put his head down and he's worked. Now, he's really, really technically sound and he's super accurate with the football. Has the size, has the mental capability to process information real fast. And so I told my wife the other night, joking around, I was like, we need Drew to play good. We don't need him to play that good that we lose him after a year to be. But I think everybody's going to be happy if a year from now, he's being considered as a guy that's going to go in the first round. So just fun for me as a coach to see a kid like that get rewarded and for his toughness, his grit, and just staying true to it. Most kids would have quit if they didn't start in high school and not even want to pursue the game anymore.
Having relationships with our players. I think relationships and the culture you have in your program is number one. And Mason didn't want to go anywhere. He had no intentions of going anywhere. But someone dangles that carrot in front of you and makes kids and families and agents start to go, wait a second, let's look at this. This is maybe some game changing things here that we got to talk about. But I think when you treat your guys right, and they're happy where they are. You can't buy happiness. You know that. You can spend all the money you want on happiness. You can't buy it. It's something that that happens with the right people, and I think we have the right people at Pitt.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Final hour, BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you on a Friday night, filling in for Pat and Brad, Westwood One Sports. We got an hour left to go.
And doing a fine job, by the way. We're doing all right.
We are.
We're doing,
Pete, we're having a heck of a show. We've talked a little LeBron. We've talked some college football, little NFL.
We've been
getting ready to dive into some
spraying
hot
all
cold.
fields here. It's sure hot or cold time.
How was the weather in Chicago today? Pretty good for you guys? Starting to cool down a little bit?
Absolutely perfect, because the weather's here. It's great for about 3 weeks and just stinks the rest of the time. But right now it's awesome. Chicago's the place to be right now.
Man, how brutal was that air? How brutal was that air pressure for you guys?
It sucked for 3 days. You could yeah.
Oh my god!
All the air coming in. Although it went away, but it just smelled like campfire for a couple of days. Everything I owned, every piece of clothing I owned smelled. Yeah.
In DC, it was like the air pressure was like 260, and I looked in Chicago and saw it was like 450, and I'm like, oh my god! So glad.
It was pretty chunky. Well, actually, we lucked out because next week is Big Ten Media Days, and overlapping with Lollapalooza, and so the running gag is somehow everyone's Kirk Cignetti is going to be on at the same time as these bands. We're trying to figure it out. So how do you combine IU football and Cignetti with Lollapalooza? And that how many band? You want to play like trivia, the list game? How many Lollapalooza bands could Kurt Cignetti name? Which would none. But
I love it. I didn't realize the Big Ten Media Days were in Chicago. Last year they were in Vegas, so this year in Chicago. Very good. Matt Olson with a 3-run home run for the Atlanta Braves to make it 7-3 in the 10th inning. If you were with us last segment while we were on the air, try to tell you guys that if the Orioles didn't cash in with the bases loaded to walk off the game, they were going to lose. And now they are down 7-3 in the 10th inning, and they are going to lose. And this is why I fade my favorite teams, because I like money. Like, I understand it sucks to bet against your team. You don't like rooting against them. But if you know that they're going to lose, don't you just want to profit off of it? And that's what you had the opportunity to do if you took Atlanta with me and Brandon. And right now they're up 7-3. Kittredge is
more importantly, you can't afford not to listen to this show. I mean, this is why you're here. This is whatever you're doing, you're missing out if you're not listening to this. It's just, this is Christmas happening once. We're just handing you presents left and right here.
Absolutely, just giving away money. Let's do a little hot or cold. We welcome on our guy Brandon Combs. I know this is a final hour staple on the show here. So Brando, let's do a little hot or cold. What do we got?
Love of God, if you give me Bill Bates again, I'm gonna seriously.
I just watched Ben Zobrist triple in Wrigley Field as a Savannah Banana. Nostalgia.
What a sentence. What a sentence.
That's a lot of words there.
What a sentence.
That's, the crowd's going crazy. Crowd's going absolutely bonkers right now. But, Ben Zobrist, World Series hero, shout out. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate everything you did for the 2016 team and making me die a happy man. All right. Hot or cold? LeBron will not win a title with Philly. PJ?
This is hot. He might get to a title, but he's not going to win it. The Spurs in Oklahoma City, they're just too good. Those two teams are just too good. I got to say, I'm coming more and more around to the idea of Philly actually making the NBA Finals this year. The Knicks are still the favorite, and they should be. But as good as they were in the postseason last year, that run that they went on was historic with the win streak. All those games they were winning were by double digits. They were shooting the cover off the ball. And, again, the big thing with Philly, is Pete and I were talking about a bunch in the first hour, is what the LeBron move gives you now it's more depth, right? For so long, it's been Maxey, Embiid, and then they've tried to find that third guy, whether it was Tobias Harris or whether it was Paul George, and they haven't been able to do it. Well, now they got like 4 or 5 guys. So Embiid and Jaylen Brown can be out, and you still got LeBron, Maxey, and Edgecombe. Or LeBron and Maxey can be out, and you still got Brown, Edgecombe, and Embiid, whatever it may be. So I just think the depth that they have now in their starting 5 is really going to make them tough to deal with in the Eastern Conference. And the East this upcoming year is really deep in terms of you could make a case for like 12 of the 15 teams making the playoffs this year. And I don't think anybody would bat an eye. Like that's a realistic chance of happening where you could have anybody outside of like the Nets, the Bucks, and probably the Bulls, even though Caleb Wilson looks like he could be a potential superstar, probably still a year away or so for Chicago. But the other 12 in the East, there's a shot any of them could make the postseason. I think Philly right now, man, they got as good a shot as any, but still do not like them to beat Oklahoma City or San Antonio. So LeBron can get to a title with Philly, but winning a title, I'm going to go cold on that.
Oh, so hot. Yeah, no, I'm hot. No, the odds are just against him. I mean, like in a million years, would you have expected the Indiana Pacers to get to the NBA Finals 2 years ago, and come within a Halliburton injury of maybe winning it all? No, Detroit's still good, Cleveland's still good. You still got all these other teams that from last year. Orlando's rising up. There's so many other teams that aren't quite as sexy as these. And remember, LeBron James is 156 years old. Like, okay, like they're gonna be good. Yeah, we're gonna count on Embiid. Like, no. So, all right, I hope they do because it'll be a fun story, but no.
Yeah, look, LeBron released a statement earlier this afternoon as well, where he said, "I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it, but I thought I was done. I thought this was it." And that to me tells you right there that LeBron thought he was done. And I agree. I thought LeBron was done too. I don't think LeBron was going to any team to win a title. I mean, the best chance for him to win a title was Philly. That was the right call for him if you wanted to win. But one, LeBron is 43 years old. He's not getting any younger. I don't know that he even plays out both years of this contract. And two, I don't know that the guys around him can necessarily stay healthy enough. I don't know if Embiid can stay healthy enough to win a championship. You haven't seen it. I do like the team. I like Philly. I think that they have a good squad, but PJ's absolutely hit the nail on the head. The champion's coming out of the West for a very long time moving forward. I think it's San Antonio. And I think it's Oklahoma City for quite a long time here. Probably the next 5 years, you're going to see those guys flip-flopping titles. That's what I think anyway. All right. LSU will win the SEC this season. Hot or cold, Pete?
I'm going to go cold because I think Georgia's going to actually win the SEC. It will take a year for Lane Kiffin to get everything up to speed and rolling. Remember, I gave the comp to when Nick Saban took over Alabama. It took him a year to get up and going, and then the year two, they just destroyed everyone before losing to Tebow in the SEC championship. So I don't think they're going to win the SEC, but I do think they're going to be very good and get into the college football playoff. They might be this year's Ole Miss, where they get in, and all of a sudden, by the end of the year, they've got it figured out and they start doing some damage. So it's actually an advantage now in the modern world of college football to not play in a conference championship. So I think they lose a couple games, do not get to the SEC championship, but they do get in the college football playoff and they make a little run.
Yeah, I'm going to go cold on this as well. I think LSU could definitely be a playoff team. They have the talent to do it. They have the talent to win the SEC. I agree with Pete, though. I just think it's going to be Georgia. I mean, Kirby and Georgia have figured out the regular season, and they've won the SEC with worse teams than I think they're going to have this year. And again, like as the SEC just does not have the elite upper tier talent that the Big Ten does. I don't think there's any team in the SEC that's as good as Indiana, or Ohio State, or Oregon this year. I think Texas and Georgia are comparable. They're kind of on the same plane. And then it's like that next group of Bama, LSU, Ole Miss, A&M, Oklahoma. Are any of them going to emerge, be better than we think? So LSU's got as good a chance from anybody in that next group. It's certainly all going to be dependent on Sam Leavitt, his health, and how he plays this season. I agree with Pete, though. It's just coming in the SEC year one with all that change and all that turnover. I think he just kind of needs a year to settle in. I do think that LSU will win an SEC title under Lane Kiffin. I just don't think it'll be this year. So I'll go cold on that.
I'm going to say that if they beat Ole Miss at Ole Miss, which, by the way, can't wait for that game. That game is already circled. It's September 19th. Lane Kiffin back at Ole Miss against Ole. I cannot. That Saturday for me. If the wife has anything planned, honey, if we have anything planned on September 19th, we're not going. So I'm just letting you know that September 19th, Ole Miss LSU. That's going to be fantastic. But if they beat Ole Miss, I think they go into that Texas game later in the year undefeated, and I think that the winner of that game wins the SEC. I think it's either LSU or Texas. I think Georgia's losing 2, maybe 3 games this year. All right. On to baseball. Talking about this in the break, pulling back the curtain just a little bit. Betting baseball is the most gut-wrenching sport you will ever bet. You hot or cold, PJ?
I'm going cold on this. I got 2 for you. The 2 worst sports to bet on. The first one is golf. You don't know pain until you have a golf outright. Going to the 18th hole, and that SOB blows the lead for you. Whether he hits the ball in the water or he bogeys the last hole, whatever it may be, there's just the golf pain is because you're sweating that for 4 days. You know, you're locked in, you're checking how your guy's doing. You see he's in contention. You really start to tune in over the weekend. Sunday comes around, and then it's like you invest all that energy for 4 days to just watch him blow it at the end is pretty brutal. So that I think is the worst. I'll tell you what another sport is really tough. My buddies for years told me how gut-wrenching soccer can be. And then after watching this World Cup, I mean, all the goals that we had in extra time, the amount of times I lost my draw bets because somebody from Argentina wants to score a goal in extra, it was brutal. So golf, personally, I've experienced it many times, but then soccer here recently, I'm like, I get it. I can see why my friends all tell me it is brutal. So I would say golf and soccer are probably the 2 worst.
Now, the difference between soccer and World Cup, they're 2 different things because soccer is just like a sport. Okay, they're playing but World Cup, the existential stuff that goes into every kick, that whole nations are hanging by a thread. So every goal, so like you said, that's got to be the toughest because the goal line or whatever, every line, every point to a goal line was 2.5. And you're oh, it's 1-0, and we're in the 99th minute or something. Everything's good, and all of a sudden, bam, bam. Nope, there goes that. So that has to be real. But I think overarching, 1, you have to sit through baseball, which no one should have to suffer that. And 2, you have to wait all 9 innings because who knows what's going to happen at the very end. So I will go hot with you on that it is the toughest sport to sit through for a bet because you got to wait that whole game out.
It's tough, right? Because I'm a big cash out guy. If I see an opportunity to cash out, and let's say I have let's say I have a 9-1 bet place, a 9-1 parlay bet, and then you got a tie game in the 9th inning, and all of a sudden the home team has runners on first and third with 1 out, and you're like, yeah, they're gonna score here. Let me go ahead and cash out and take the 3-1. And then they don't score, and then the away team puts up 4 runs in the 10th inning, and you're like, oh, I would have won my bet. Yeah, it's tough, right? It's to me, it's the most gut wrenching just because you sit through the 9 innings, you watch it closely, you're hoping, and you're just on pins and needles, especially in a tight game. Sometimes baseball can be good to you. Sometimes you bet an HRR on a guy, and he hits a first inning home run. And all of a sudden, your HRR is already done in the first inning. Pay me, see you later. I don't care what happens the rest of the game. But for the most part, if you're betting totals, or if you're betting, money line or even run line bets, it's just, to me, it's the most gut wrenching sport that I bet, and I bet quite a bit. All right, Notre Dame will win the national championship. Pete, hot or cold?
I'm going to say they get close. I'm going to say cold. They've got talent. Again, they've got the talent and the schedule to get there. I just don't trust them quite enough. I mean, their lines are fantastic. CJ Carr, I think, is going to rise up fast and be one of the stars in the next NFL draft. He's going to be right up there in a top 5 pick. And that defense is going to be terrific. And they're going to be perfectly gelled. they're just not going to get tested too much. They go to BYU. That's a dangerous game. They get Miami at home. That's a dangerous game. The Wisconsin game to start the season, like I said, I think might be kind of a bear trap, but I'm not all in there. So it's hard enough to get in the first place. And it's also hard to get through that thing. So I'm not going to say they're going to win. I still go with the best teams. And they're right. They're going to get close. I think Ohio State's still the best team in the country. Oregon's the best team. And like you mentioned talent, Indiana doesn't have the talent of Georgia or Ohio State or Oregon or Notre Dame, but they do have the coach and they have the guys who all fit his style. So it's kind of hard to say Indiana has the talent, but that has the team too. And they're not going anywhere. They're going to be awesome as well. So I'm going to say just because it's hard to do, I'm going to say cold on that.
I'm going to go hot on this one. I think it's Notre Dame's year. We all know the schedule's very favorable. The only two games that really worry you are home against Miami and at BYU. I think that Northern Illinois loss changed Marcus Freeman's program for the better forever. And it taught him and his players and his program never to take anybody for granted. That's why when they lost those two early games last year to Miami and A&M, they pummeled everybody else the rest of the way. So maybe where you worry about some of these other teams taking some of those cupcake games for granted, I don't expect Notre Dame to do that. And then I think because they get BYU and Miami later in the year, end of October, early November, when they figured out who they are, when they get rolling, I think they'll win both of those games. So I think Notre Dame will be in a good spot. They'll go undefeated. They'll get the 5 seed. And I think this is their year. Their defense is one of the best in the country. Pete said, great on the line of scrimmage, great quarterback. Love's gone. Price is gone. They'll still be fine at running back. And Freeman's one of the better coaches. So this is as good of a chance as Notre Dame has had in a while. And I think they're going to do it this year, Brando. So I'll go hot on Notre Dame.
Yeah, look, as from your lips to God ears, PJ, from your lips to God's ears. That's all I know, because I would love to see it happen. Look, I thought last year, had they played Texas A&M and Miami both later in the year as opposed to the first two games of the year, where CJ Carr was playing his first two games as a starting quarterback, I think Notre Dame wins both of those games, and I think they go to the college football playoff undefeated, and I think they make the committee very, very angry because you don't get to see an SEC team or a Big Ten team win a national title. And with the new rules this year, they just got to be ranked within the top 12. I think that's going to happen. I think that you're right. I think that loss to Northern Illinois really changed Marcus Freeman, although I was there Marcus Freeman's first home game as a head coach when they lost to Marshall too. So I've seen some stuff with Notre Dame. I think this is the team. I think that they've got enough. I think CJ Carr, watching him, bounce back last year and from those first two losses and just go, his growth was just insane last year. So I really do. I think Marcus Freeman's going to have the boys ready to go. I think Notre Dame's finally going to get over the hump this year and win a national title, something that's been a long time since I actually thought it. All right, last one. We talked about this behind the scenes too. PJ, hot or cold, we are headed for a White Sox versus Cubs World Series.
I think this is going to be cold. What's crazy is I actually think the White Sox have a better shot at making it to the World Series than the Cubs do. Even though the Cubs are the better team, the NL is the much tougher league. That American League, man, it really is one of those years. You get in and you got a shot. And the White Sox might just be too young, too dumb, too inexperienced to know any better and go on a little run. The vibes are great there right now. They're a fun young team. So I think there's a chance the White Sox could do it. The Cubs, I just don't quite trust the pitching enough. And I think, certainly the Dodgers, maybe the Phillies, I think are probably your plays there out of the National League. So I'll go cold on this. But actually, if I were to pick one of the Chicago teams, I might lean with the White Sox.
That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, because as long as you got the Dodgers still doing what the Dodgers do, again, once you get in the playoffs, it's just so hard to get through these things. So the practicality of it is cold. But let's just say, yeah, it'd be a blast. It would be a fun thing for the city. I live here. It's gonna be fun. But of course, that time of year is gonna be Chicago Bears season. So there'll be a little bit of mixed loyalties around here. But I'll say cold because it's not gonna happen. But man, I'm hoping for it to be hot because that really would be a fun time for this city.
Yeah, the Chicagoan in me would love to see it happen, right? Even though I believe that the city would be on fire afterwards, the Chicago in me thinks that it would be really fun to see these two fan bases go at it for a 7-game series for the World Series. But the realist in me and the baseball fan in me and the baseball knowledge in me tells me that is not going to happen. But this is one of those seasons, PJ. This is just one of those seasons, Pete, where I don't know what the hell is going on in Major League Baseball. The Cubs have 2 10-game win streaks, 1 10-game losing streak. Then all of a sudden they're 13 games over 500 at the All-Star break. They're the most bipolar team I've ever seen. You've got teams turning things upside down. You got the Red Sox going on a 15-game winning streak. You've got the Orioles were on a 7-game winning streak. All of these bad teams now all of a sudden are playing good ball, and all of the good teams are playing tough ball right now. So I wouldn't be shocked. I just wouldn't be shocked if we saw a Cubs versus White Sox World Series. I would love it, because the Cubs would be in the World Series, and I could probably enjoy it this time as opposed to being as tense as I was in 2016.
Would you be that person, though, that you'd still be ticked off the White Sox? Like, do you hate the White Sox if you're a Cubs fan? Are you that person?
I don't. Actually, if you see over my shoulder, I've actually got a Frank Thomas signed batting helmet sitting behind me. I hate the Brewers and I hate the Cardinals. I don't hate the White Sox. I actually root for the White Sox to do well as long as they're not playing the Cubs.
That's a very practical thing to say, but it just doesn't quite exist around here. But it is like a 65-35 town that's being generous at best. So you'd rather on a national scale, you'd rather see the Cubs get in. But this White Sox team is fun. It's been an interesting year.
And I'm a Cubs fan who lives on the south side, Pete. So, I'd have to stay boarded up here.
Brandon, also final from Camden Yards, Braves 7, Orioles 6. So they do score 3 runs to make it.
Told you,
but
gut-wrenching.
They
just to make you work a little harder for it.
This is what they do. They just lose 7-3, put me out of my misery. No, you gotta, climb back in, make me think.
Don't make me dream.
Win it now. Yeah, just rip my heart out every single time. All right, very good. A lot of fun there with Hot or Cold. We're gonna take a quick timeout. BetMGM tonight. A couple more segments to go. Pete, PJ, Brandon, Westwood One Sports.
LeBron James is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers, a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. Clutch Sports Group and Clutch CEO and Game Over show host Rich Paul telling ESPN. This, according to Shams Charania, exactly 42 seconds ago. Woo! Didn't think we'd get that today. I told you this makes the most sense. I said right before I went out on vacation, I told you guys, this makes the most sense. If LeBron wants to really take a run at a title, he will take much less money and he will go to Philadelphia and become a part of what is with a healthy, and I know that's a massive caveat, but with a healthy Joel Embiid, that is a championship roster. Unbelievable. So there's the breaking news for you right now. LeBron James, according to Shams Charania and ESPN, signing with the Sixers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. You now have Embiid, LeBron, Jaylen Brown, VJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey. That is your starting 5. That is the best team in the East. When we just talk starting 5s, that is the best team in the East. And LeBron knew this the entire time. When we sat down a couple weeks ago and broke down, you remember when we went into the detailed breakdown of the Shams Charania whiteboard, everyone knew that made the most sense. I wasn't going out on a limb telling you that made the most sense. Going to Golden State, pipe dream that was just for comfort's sake. Going back to Cleveland or even going back to Miami, maybe if all went well, you'd max out, you'd top out on an Eastern Conference Finals appearance. And, we'd have the great storybook ending. But, you got it from LeBron. Is it Fanatics Fest last week? Or maybe a couple weeks ago. Again, I was on vacation, so I was not getting every piece of information that was coming through. I wasn't on Wi-Fi all the time, and it was beautiful. But LeBron talked about playing his last year or two and was very clear that this might not be a one-year deal wherever he ended up. Well, now we know it's a 2-year deal. Yeah, it's got the option on there. But LeBron wants to chase a title. Cement the legacy by walking off with the Larry O'Brien one final time. So, props to LeBron for making the right choice. I always had doubt in the back of my mind that he wouldn't choose the path of least resistance, that he wouldn't go Cleveland or Miami, because in Miami, he gets to basically be in charge, right? Pat Riley's going to let him do whatever he wants. Spoelstra's not going to put up too much of a fight. And in Cleveland, it would have just been a sideshow. Maybe not always in a bad way, but it would have been the retirement tour. And clearly LeBron James is telling us with this decision that it's not about going around the 30 NBA cities and collecting rocking chairs and getting the video farewells on the Jumbotron before the game. It's about winning. So credit to him for making this decision. Again, I don't think he had to go way out on a limb to make this decision. It was the one that made the most sense the whole time.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. A couple segments left to go in the program and some updates for you on what's going on in Major League Baseball. The Braves beat the Orioles 7-6. Red Sox up 6-4 on the Blue Jays. Reds up 3-2 on the Cardinals right now. You got the Padres defeat the Marlins 4-2. That is now 10 straight losses for the Miami Marlins. Rays an 11-3 winner over the Guardians. Yankees 1-0 over the Phillies. D-backs 3-2 over the Nationals. The Cubs 3-2 over the Pirates. And the Rockies defeated the Brewers earlier today 5-2 as MLB heating up. We got less than 2 weeks until the trade deadline. And right now, Pete, we're kind of in that just in that gray area in the sports calendar. We got the Hall of Fame game August 6th. We're all waiting for football to come back. At what point in the year do you really start diving into all these college football teams? So the national championship ends,
it's there.
Like January 20th. What period of time are you already diving into the next upcoming? Like, is it February, March? When do you usually dive in?
It takes a bit. It takes a bit because first of all, you have to remember nobody really cares right now. It's because you name this sport, like nobody loves playing the NFL more than I do. No one loves fantasy football. I don't really want to like read NFL stuff in April and outside of the draft, obviously. But like there's a seasonality to it, and we're just now getting into the point where people are caring about college football. We're not there yet. Like the diehards are always going to care, but there's always that point. It's always about August like 11th where everyone's like, oh yeah, here we go. Now it feels like I can feel this is coming up. But like, you're right, there's a seasonality to this whole thing. You mentioned the baseball side of things where like, yeah, this is kind of where baseball needs to like grab it, because this is like, I'm the weird person who loves Tour de France stuff. So like for me, that's kind of that's 5 hours a day of, somehow having that on my background. But if you're baseball, you're right, we're not there with football yet. As soon as training camp starts, then it starts to get into it. But literally yesterday is when I finished with the last 100 of the 138 team previews for CFN. And so now I am fully got everything locked in terms of just like at least the research side of it. Now we just see if any of this stuff works or not.
Was there, of all those previews that you did, was there a team that like surprised you? Like obviously you go into this and, things pop up. Like you remember like, oh, that coach went there. They got that player in the portal. Like doing the write-ups, was there a team that you ended up realizing you liked a lot more than maybe you thought you would have before you started to kind of write about them?
Minnesota was one, because all of a sudden it's kind of they don't have like a lot of star power, but it's a sneaky good team that has a lot of stuff in place. The team I'm really looking forward to watching this year, who I don't think they're going to do, gangbusters, because you want to talk about a brutal schedule. UCLA, we talked about this with Connor the previous segment. Like Lane Kiffin's a great hire. John Summerall's a great hire, but the SEC kind of had a failure of imagination. And we didn't really dive into this too much, but, Alex Golish is a fun hire. He didn't win anything. They did make USF okay, but did they win the American Athletic Conference Championship? No, John Summerall did with Tulane. You have Ryan Silverfield, pretty good with Memphis, but if you don't win an American Athletic, if you don't win a Group of 5 conference championship, like why are you all of a sudden going to be this great head coach when it comes to getting to the bigger job? Now you look at a place like UCLA, where they should be good at football, they just aren't. And so why do you not follow the Indiana playbook and at least give it a shot and take the James Madison head coach who followed Kurt Cignetti, who won a Sun Belt title, who got the program to a college football playoff? You take Bob Chesney, you hire him to go on top of the team of the players in place who are already good. Remember, Indiana was 3-9 the year before Kurt Cignetti took over, and then all of a sudden, boom, UCLA goes 3-9 last year. They've got a great quarterback in Nico Yamalieva. Chesney brings over a bunch of good James Madison players, just like Cignetti did. So why don't you at least take the shot that you're not going to get lightning striking twice. No one's doing Indiana again, but maybe you've got something there that could make this team competitive and be a problem for everyone else.
Yeah, make sure all you guys listening and watching the show tonight, you go check out collegefootballnews.com. Pete does an awesome job. He's got so much content out there. And Pete, I'm looking at your article right now where you do rank all of the 30 new hires that we have in the FBS. Chesney, you put it third. So you're really high on him. A team and a guy that we have not talked about tonight is James Franklin at Virginia Tech. You rank that as 2, Kiffin being 1, going to LSU. I think all of us kind of love the James Franklin hire. The question with Franklin at Penn State was it's not that he was never a bad coach, or it's not that he wasn't a great recruiter. It's obviously he could just never win the big one. It's well documented what he did against Ohio State, how bad he was against top 5 teams and all those sorts of things. But if you're a Virginia Tech team trying to get back to the heydays of Beamer ball in the late 90s and early 2000s, like what a great hire for them to go against a guy like Franklin, who's rejuvenated. Penn State did him dirty, how they let him go. Guy looking to take another program back to promise. So I'm with you. What are you expecting from Franklin and the Hokies in his first year?
I have always been a James Franklin apologist, mainly because you know who's really good at beating top 5 teams? Nobody. that they're top 5 teams for a reason. It's hard to beat these. I mean, so he gets dogged for not being able to beat a national championship level Michigan team over the last few years, or a national championship Ohio State team ever, when Ryan Day's winning 88% of his games. I mean, I get it, but like, he was really good. I mean, it got, again, in the world of memory dump, he got them to the college football playoff Final Four 2 years ago. Granted, they had the kids table run. They got Boise State in their run. But still, if you're getting your program to the semifinals of the college football playoff, you're doing something right. And also was forgotten that they were a fourth down stop away against Oregon from probably being the number 1 team in the country. And they didn't get it. Oregon comes back late in overtime. And then the next week you had the disaster against UCLA, and then the wheels just came apart and Franklin gets launched. So now he's at Virginia Tech, where great hire for Virginia Tech, where you've just upgraded. Meanwhile, who does Penn State hire? Matt Campbell. He's never won a big game. Like, he didn't take them to a whole other level. Iowa State was good, and Iowa State's, not this, powerhouse. And so he got him to the very good level. Did he actually win the Big 12 championships? No. Did he beat the top teams? No. He just maybe beat Iowa once in a while. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it out loud. But like, okay, now Matt Campbell, what are you going to do with this Penn State program? I think Franklin's going to do wonders at Virginia Tech.
I love it. I'm with you too. I thought that was a terrific hire for Virginia Tech. They went after him early. They were aggressive. He got fired after like week 3, week 4, and they were ready to pounce. Another one on your list that I really like the hire. You just talked about Chesney going to UCLA, leaving JMU. The Duke's getting Billy Napier, I thought was a terrific hire, Pete. It didn't work out at Florida, but he was great in the Sun Belt previously with Louisiana. And you know how it goes sometimes with these coaches, man. Like, some of them, they just can't live up to the Power 4. They can't handle the pressure. They can't recruit at those schools. Some guys are just made to be in kind of the group of 5. Napier might be one of those guys. He's going to a great program that's had a ton of success with a lot of different coaches. So I was a big fan of that Napier hire. Is there a group of 5 team that you really like, a team or two? I've heard Navy is a very popular choice this year that people like. Boise's always really good. But we obviously got 2 group of 5 teams that made the playoffs last year. Is there a team or two that, you would tell people to keep an eye out for this year?
Yeah, well, first of all, the Napier hire, like, that's a tough gig to take, because you're following Kurt Cignetti and then the guy who got James Madison to a Sun Belt championship and a college football playoff appearance. I mean, that's a lot of pressure to live up to at a place that's, it's James Madison. It's not like you're taking over Alabama here. Deep cuts time, Tal. We're at the last segment, close to the last segment of 5 hours, so we're going to go real deep dive here.
Let's go.
They're not going to make the college football playoff, but Western Michigan is really good. The MAC, they're not, again, they're going to get destroyed, early on by, the group. I can't remember who they play, Power 4 team they play, but I think it might be actually Michigan. But that team gets everyone back. They should rip through the MAC and have a really strong great record late, where if you go 11-1 or 10-2, I'm not saying it's going to be enough, but that at least Western Michigan might be kind of interesting to this. And you're right, Navy. They kind of had a little bit of an off year, and they still were really good. You got a lot of turnover. You got a coaching change at Tulane. I'm not a fan of the Will Hall hire at all. You got the coaching changes at USF and North Texas. I just think this is going to be the year that Navy comes really close, and that would be a super fun story if Army or Navy could get into the college football playoff, because that's just a nightmare. Because remember, Army-Navy is played after they come up with the college football playoff final rankings and everything. So that there's just a logistical big time problem if either one of these 2 teams are close to the college football playoff cusp.
That's such a great point. Oh, man, could you imagine? But yeah, I've heard a bunch of people making the case for Navy. You bring up Western Michigan. Our guy Brandon was telling us last segment that LSU Ole Miss, September 19th, appointment television. He's setting his calendar around that game. Well, September 26th, Pete, we get Boise State at Western Michigan. That game,
there you go.
Right? That game could be for the group of 5, maybe, potentially. So I know Boise opens up the season at Oregon, but that game at Western Michigan, that's going to be a good one. What do you think of Boise this year? They're always in the conversation. Are they going to have another good team?
Yeah, they're going to be another good team. They're in, they've now moved on. They're in the Pac-12 now, so it's a bigger, badder conference that they're going to be in. I don't think they're quite at the level that they were at the previous few years. If you want to go for another deep cut here, and you're right, that Boise State Western Michigan game, that's going to be one of those things that no one's really going to pay attention to. But you're right, the winner of that is really going to have a shot at something big. North Dakota State is an FBS program now. Look at the recent history. The FBS programs that have moved up, like Jacksonville State, who cares? But they took the Conference USA by storm. Delaware was good last year. Missouri State stepped up, had a great offense. James Madison stepped up right away in the FBS world and was good. Now you're talking North Dakota State, who the superpower of FCS superpowers, who always kind of saw themselves as an FBS giant killer. Well, let's see what you can do now as a part of the whole new Mountain West thing. So that is one of those X Factor programs that's going to be a whole lot of fun to watch from the start.
Another really interesting one before we go to break here, Pete, with these new coaches at new places. I'm interested to see what Brian Hartline does at South Florida. He was with Ohio State all those years, such a great recruiter. They just reload at that wide receiver position, and he takes over a program that had really good success with Alex Golesh, who now at Auburn. What do you make of Hartline as a head coach? Obviously, none of us know, and he had all those incredible players at Ohio State. Do you think he finds success at USF?
You never know until you get these young coordinators into a system to see if they can handle it or not. It's so dicey. But yeah, this is a good step up job for him to take. I, for years, continue to have thought that South Florida was just a burgeoning superpower, at least on the lower level of the group of five, group of six conference teams. They should be in the Big 12. It's a massive alumni base, massive student body. They're in Tampa, be a perfect natural rival for UCF. And it's just a big school that, it's a commuter school for the most part. But yeah, it's a gigantic school that has all the talent in place there that you should be able to win big at South Florida and take that program to a whole other level. And it's going to be Heartline. Alex Golesh did a good job of getting things up and going again, but it was a good program for a while there. You did have some good years under Charlie Strong and Willie Taggart, and dipped for a bit, and now it's back in okay again. And now Heartline is not, he's not doing a total rebuilding job. The cupboard's bare because they did take a lot of the good players. Golesh took a lot of good players with Auburn, but this is a good job for him. So you're right. This is one of those programs to kind of keep an eye on because there's so much there for it to be a real big time talented program.
No doubt about it. Again, collegefootballnews.com. Make sure you check it out. Pete has quite literally written about every FBS team. So if you want to get ready for the college football season, he is your guy, man. Go check them all out. Great stuff.
Delaware money's just as good as Indiana money.
That's exactly right. It absolutely is. We wrap up the show next here. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest challenges I faced this year. Now, I think the one thing people forget is, all those guys you just mentioned were rated 5 stars or 4 stars in the portal. Now, take you back, a year or two ago to recruiting those guys. Nobody wanted those guys out of high school, and nobody wanted Drew Messamaker. Nobody wanted Caleb Hawkins. He had one offer. And he was so thankful and grateful to have that opportunity. Same thing with Wyatt Young. He was a quarterback that we transitioned to wide receiver. And so I think not only them, but their families, they all have great support systems around them. And I think, when they really got into, the recruitment process out of the portal, they appreciated what we had done for them so far and how we developed them and molded them and put them, gave them an opportunity to go perform and have success on the field. And so I think that went a long way with us. Obviously, I brought all my staff with me, which is super unique this day and age. I think if you look at the transition of anybody going from G5 up to P4, this year, they didn't bring all their staff with them. And so I think the loyalty, the players saw that and they respected that, these were the coaches that I wanted to reward for helping me, put what we put together at North Texas. And so now the very first team meeting, the whole North Texas crew was sitting on the front right, all of our, returners from Oklahoma State front left, and then everybody else, was mixed in. And I made everybody stand up and move, and they couldn't sit next to anybody they knew for the first semester that we were here during the team meeting. So I think it's been a challenge, but the one thing that's helped is the kids from North Texas, they know our culture, they know our expectations, our standards. But it has been important for me to embrace everybody together and say, hey, like, this is all about 26 Oklahoma State Cowboys. And when you look back at the last 2 years, I mean, just to think in your head, because they had so much success under Mike for so long here, and you really look back and think, hey, the last 20 games we played against FBS teams here, we've lost. And so that's still mind-blowing. So we got a lot to prove right now. There's a lot of work that we need to do to get this team ready to be firing on all cylinders here in a couple months when we drive over east to Tulsa.
Yeah, I think you can't measure it. I mean, I think in a world now that everybody's taking a transfer quarterback, that first year guy, and again we've been through that. To be able to have your freshman quarterback, a guy that you've recruited, a guy you believed in, and then the guy that you developed for a year, be able to be back for year two. I mean, he's got 4 more years of eligibility, 4 years with that new 5-for-5 rule. So he's got 4 more years left, and he's got a lot of good football ahead of him. I think the version of Mason that you saw last year was just kind of a touch of the surface. I mean, he didn't have a lot of reps in spring ball, didn't have a lot of reps in fall camp. Probably third, fourth. I don't even know where he was on the depth chart. I just know when we decided to make a change, we felt like he had the higher upside, and we went with him and made a good decision there.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Wrapping up the show here, BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you as we are wrapping up the show, wrapping up the weekend. And it's been a good one so far. Thanks to Connor O'Gara, who joined us earlier. And talked a lot today, Pete. Obviously got into LeBron, his trade to Philadelphia. Talked plenty of college football on the show today. A little MLB, little NFL as well. But yeah, final thoughts on the LeBron decision today to go to Philadelphia. It happened earlier today. We talked about it the entire first hour and throughout the show. But just kind of overall observations to tie a bow on the conversation. LeBron going to the city of brotherly love. What are your thoughts?
It seems like no one doesn't like it. Like, like you could make sense of out of anything. Like, had he chosen Miami to be with Giannis, okay, Giannis would have been the one. Had he chosen to go to Cleveland, okay, Donovan Mitchell would have been the one. He goes back to Cleveland. We could see that narrative there. Had he gone to Golden State, you'd be like, okay, great, him and Steph Curry, that would be a blast. But like you kind of alluded to a couple times, how shocking was it to get the news that the Sixers got him for $8 million for 2 years? The whole thing just kind of seemed a little bizarre. But then after everything sort of settled, just, looking at the general landscape and everyone's reaction was kind of like, okay, that kind of, now you kind of see it makes sense. Like, he doesn't have to be the superstar. He doesn't have to be, the whole thing's about it. Because at the Lakers, even with Luka Doncic there, it really was still the LeBron team. And he was the one who handled everything. He was the one calling the shots. He's the one who got Bronny on the team, all that kind of stuff. Now he is just a part of a very good team. And so now everyone's kind of like, okay, well, for a 40-ish, 1-year-old guy who's going to turn 42, I could see how that makes sense. And no one seems to be really dogging this in any way because, one, it's cheap. Two, it makes sense that he's just a part player on this team and not everything. And just the whole thing kind of seems well thought out and fits well. And everyone wants to rip on it, but it's kind of hard to.
It's so funny, especially with the city like Philadelphia, who anytime you acquire a player, make a trade like they did for Jaylen Brown, there's always going to be both sides. Like, people are either going to be happy, they're going to be pissed. Both big moves that Philly's made this offseason, everybody's thrilled. I mean, the Jaylen Brown trade, how could you not love that? And then LeBron choosing to play with you. And like you said, the money it took, 2 years, $8 million. Pretty incredible what Mike Yancey's been able to do, the GM of Philadelphia. But yeah, I think my overall takeaways, when it first came out, my thoughts were, obviously, you added LeBron. That's you're better than you were yesterday. But I still kind of like the Knicks in the East. Pete, the more that we've done the show today and kind of talked about it, I think I'm coming around to Philadelphia winning the Eastern Conference. I don't like them to win the title. I won't go that far. But I think I do like them to win the East. And the reason being, I don't think they need Embiid to win the Eastern Conference. I think with this addition of LeBron, they have enough to get past the Knicks, get past the Celtics, get past whoever it may be. I know New York swept Philadelphia this past postseason. But again, that Knicks team was on an all-time heater. They were on an all-time streak we'd never seen in professional basketball before. And that Philly team didn't have Jaylen Brown. They didn't have LeBron James. It's a new look Philadelphia team. They have a really good coach in Nick Nurse. So yeah, man, if you're a Sixers fan, it's a heck of a day. It's been a heck of an off season. You have reason to be excited. And I think there's a really good chance that your team makes it to the NBA Finals because the West has the more.
Or it's a spectacular failure.
True. Yeah.
Like, I actually, like, it seems like it, like I said, it's hard to knock anything about this, but I can equally envision and that's it for this team. Cause like everyone's hurt or necked up or doesn't blend right or something goes weird. And again, remember, we're kind of blowing off just how good Orlando might be, and Cleveland and Detroit, and all these other teams that might not have had good regular seasons and then kind of flamed out. Well, these teams could all pop back up. They still have the pieces in place to be really good. And so again, if the Knicks take even a half step back, where I think they might this year, where they got a little bit of injury luck this year. They didn't, they seem to have everything clicking at once. Now the pressure is going to be on to keep this going, where I would almost say, you have the Sixers and the Knicks versus the field for the Eastern Conference title. I still sort of take the field in all this.
It's going to be interesting. Obviously, it's funny. The NBA, Pete, I feel like the playoffs are the best, the off seasons 2, and the regular seasons 3. It's just, it's the way the sport works. The off season is absolutely fantastic. That was a lot of fun, Pete. Great show. Pete Futak. Again, check out collegefootballnews.com. Wrote about all 138 teams in college football. For Brandon, Monty, Lee behind the scenes, I'm PJ Glasser. Hope everybody has a great weekend. BetMGM tonight, Westwood 1. Sports, Pat and Brad back on Monday.
This
I think the widest range of probabilities for the Giants is somewhere in that 6 to 8 win range, especially if Neighbors is healthy. I don't want to make a whole season about one guy, or more specifically, one guy's knee, but there you have it. The linchpin for the Giants this year is Malik Neighbors and that right knee. And I think it's a huge positive that he's going to be ready to go from the start of training camp. Not that you want him out there going 110% during every rep early in training camp. But the more time Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors spend together on the field, the better for the Giants' future.
Yeah, what's so cool for me and unique for me is this kid didn't play football in high school, and so just to see him get an opportunity and to see him grow right now, he's only started 15 games in his career at quarterback, and that includes high school. There's so much potential and growth, and I'm so excited because he's gotten so much better over the course of these last 7 or 8 months in our spring football and all the summer stuff that we're doing. And so, just super proud to watch, kind of the maturity that's happened in the last 3 years. He shows up 3 years ago, non-scholarship, didn't play in high school, just looking for a chance as our fifth string guy. And he's kind of just put his head down and he's worked. Now, he's really, really technically sound and he's super accurate with the football. Has the size, has the mental capability to process information real fast. And so I told my wife the other night, joking around, I was like, we need Drew to play good. We don't need to play him to play that good that we lose him after a year to be. But I think everybody's going to be happy if a year from now, he's being considered as a guy that's going to go in the first round. So just fun for me as a coach to see a kid like that get rewarded and for his toughness, his grit, and just staying true to it. Most kids would have quit if they didn't start in high school and not even want to pursue the game anymore.
Having relationships with our players. I think relationships and the culture you have in your program is number one. And Mason didn't want to go anywhere. He had no intentions of going anywhere. But someone dangles that carrot in front of you and makes kids and families and agents start to go, wait a second, let's look at this. This is maybe some game changing things here that we got to talk about. But I think when you treat your guys right, and they're happy where they are. You can't buy happiness. You know that. You can spend all the money you want on happiness. You can't buy it. It's something that that happens with the right people, and I think we have the right people in Pitt.